8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live. Thank you so much for joining us. Barbecue Smoke Neck, she's flying solo. She's here today. She's your intern at 866 Weeby Big, pulling show prep for the guys. Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now. Be standing by. The Wheel of Meat could spin today. You want to be standing by for that. And a whole lot more. 866 Weeby Big, the number. Eddie Van Adler, he's here. He's got TV rolling. I am Speedy. There is Greg, and there is Helmsy. It is the Good Time Gang, and we carry the kickoff hour live. And welcome in to the show. All right, guys, how we doing? We good?
Good.
Good. You know, yesterday around this time, I was telling you about a situation where I was at a store and somebody just grabbed merchandise and ran out, and it created such a handle.
You got in a fight with
we were everybody called 911. People were chasing them in the parking lot. And the lady at the checkout said, you know what's so sad is this happens a lot, and I just can't believe. I'm not going to try to hide it. And I'm not saying, hey, if you're a shoplifter, be more creative. But there was a time in your life where you tried to, like, stick it down your pants or under your shirt or come up with a creative way, put it in your big purse or something. Now they just hold it and carry it out.
Well,
and it's a big deal in California. And there was a TJ Maxx where people just were casually leaving the store and grabbing, footage. I'm talking about all kinds of clothes and just not running, walking out, like, basically saying, this is mine.
We saw the coverage many times. What they do is they go in and the number gets so big they just overwhelm them. We've seen footage from other places. They just walk, and they're, like you said, they're not even running. They're just grabbing stuff and leaving.
Yeah, it is absolutely unbelievable. And you go, well, really, it is like normal? And she said, yeah, it happens more than you think. Mm-hmm. And you kind of have that in your mind, and then you see footage of stores around the country where people are just unapologetically just walking out with stuff that's not theirs, that they didn't pay for. So I just thought that was interesting. It's a big story today, and the guys will carry it and talk more about it here on the main show as they join us in 1 hour from now. It's been on my mind. I just can't believe people just walk out of stores with stuff and they don't even.
You saw it firsthand.
I did. All right, so we have a lot to discuss today at 866 Weeby Big. If you ever want to join in, you can help produce this hour. Helmsy, there's one thing I didn't ask you, and I just needed an update from you. The guy that Greg said was a creeper that kept texting you to play golf.
I don't mean he's a creeper. I guess I did say that. But
yeah. Has he still been emailing?
Yes. Yesterday was day 29. I expect to get another
29
email from him today,
day 30.
I
take it back. Yeah, that's weird.
So every day he's still emailing?
Yes, every day. He's not missed a beat.
What does he say? Is it copy and paste the same?
No,
or is
not
it
every day. Sometimes he'll just the subject is always like day whatever, and then it may be then the first sentence is always day 29 of asking Helmsy to play golf with me. Sometimes he leaves it at that period. Sometimes he'll go, by the way, enjoyed this on the show, or what did you think about this, or and it's usually show related. Sometimes he'll ask a question about y'all, but yeah, I'm still getting emails.
He doesn't ever say something like, "Hey, you need to cut your yard," or "Hey, I noticed you left your car outside last night."
He
can looking at you at your house or anything. Is he doing that?
No.
Okay, good. So for those of you you're tuning
nice
in,
shirt you wore today.
Yeah, nice shirt, buddy.
So yesterday,
those new shoes, anything like that. Close the curtain. I can see you.
Exactly.
So day 28 and day 29 were nothing but just asking. It looks like a copy and paste.
Mm-hmm.
Day 27, same thing. Day 26, same thing. Day 25, and a little ad. So it's still going on.
All right. So for those of you that you're tuning in and you're like, what are y'all talking about? There's a Rick and Bubba audience member watching and listening.
Lives in Tennessee.
Enjoys the show.
Wow.
And he has reached out to Helmsy. He wants to play golf with Helmsy, and then now has tried to pull in some of the Good Time Gang as well. And every day he requests, will y'all play golf with me?
Yes, and we're at today will be when I receive the email, which I don't think if we're going to go 29, we don't stop at 29.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming, and I usually get the email between 5:30 and like 7. That's usually when I get it.
Okay.
And so today, at that point in time, when it happens, I'll look at y'all and go, "Hey, day 30 just came in."
Okay.
And so, he just want me to play golf with him. He comes to Birmingham every once in a while on business, I believe. That's the way he's described it. And I'm not a big – I don't play golf anymore because of my back and all that. I don't want to get into that again, but we've brought up team building things for us to do, like going to Top Golf or something like that and making the –
I felt like Top Golf. I thought that was our best idea.
And I appreciate you guys because y'all do fear. There's a safety fear in here, and y'all are trying to take care of me by going, hey, don't go play golf with this guy. Let's go as a team to Top Golf.
Might be a
very kind of
might
you.
be a great guy. Yeah. We might go, you know what? I like that dude. But you don't need to be walking off in some golf course with me.
Right.
We might go. He's a lot.
Yeah. You need buddies with you. And we thought a public setting. You got golf at Top Golf. We got food, and you got people around you.
Yeah.
So in case he really loves you.
So day 30 is today, and we do still need to do something team building wise. Whether it's top. See, we talked about Top Golf, and then go and look at the new UAB stadium because it's right there next to each other.
Kind of make it a day.
It'd be fun. We're waiting to hear back, I think, from Coach Clark on that.
Right.
But I would like to make a. But then if we do that, then I guess if Jacob goes with us to the to the viewing of the stadium, then we've brought Coach Clark in on a guy that could be, dangerous.
Coach Clark, this is Jacob. Yeah. He's been emailing.
We don't really know him. He's just been emailing Helmsy for the last 30 days.
Yeah. We're on day 45 now, Coach, and this is Jacob. But, all right, so there's another.
Let me ask y'all this.
Well, I got an email about that. Hey, what's the update on the dude that wants to play golf with
you? So what, at what point,
there.
at what day do you go, okay, let's just go get this done?
Well, I got to be honest with you. Unless you tell me about it, I did forget about it. Okay, and I know it's part of your life. I got an email about it, which also made me think about it. So unless you're talking about it, I forget.
Okay, so that makes me feel better.
So you're almost going to have to say, hey, y'all want to go do a lunch at Top Golf and knock this Jacob thing out? And I'm like, yeah, I'm in.
Okay.
I'm trying to get motivated. I just can't.
Yeah.
And we've decided what day's good for you, Greg? Monday or Tuesday?
None.
So you just don't want to do it?
Not really, but I will.
Well, raise your hand on who does want to do it.
I was going to say, it's hard. It'd be hard for me to fit this in.
Yeah, but if I know,
I will say this.
If I know you guys are,
I don't want to sound like Bubba here. You got to go downtown.
I will say this: it will be better for me once school starts back.
Okay.
Because then I don't have I don't have to.
I think this time next year. I think
took a couple weeks.
Yeah,
just 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know, but we're in 40s now.
Be 45.
This time next year will probably be best for me.
Okay, is that what it is?
That's what I'm thinking.
But here's the thing about it. It's almost like we'd probably walk out of the lunch, whatever we're doing, and we'd probably go, no, that was fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But looking at it now, you probably go, eh. But coming out of it, you go, now that was a lot of fun.
Let's see, I'm trying to get off. Oh, they've changed all the roads wherever I go.
Buddy, it's not that big a deal. It's right over the mountain. Huh? Mountain.
And it would help if it was here. The city center.
Well, yeah, Greg. I mean, obviously it would, but
I know what he could come work out with us.
Oh, that'd be great.
Huh?
Yeah, because I enjoy that so much too.
He could spot you, Greg.
I got to ask y'all about something when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
$22 minutes past the hour, playing this song for you guys because I know it makes you feel weird. You like it, but you're not sure why. YouTubers, it's Walking on a Dream, Empire of the Sun. The guys just make it feel weird here. As we roll on back, 866 We Be Big. A lot to discuss today, and we're just going to try to get it all in. Rick and Bubba join us at the top of the hour for the main show. Wheel of Meat could spin today. So if you want to participate in that, want some cool things from the wheel, be standing by. Could spin today, maybe tomorrow. We just know it hadn't spun yet this week, so today it's on the table. All right, so you said you had a question for us.
So yesterday, and I sent you guys a video last night. And it was in regards to something that no, it's just a link to just YouTube, just a video. No, it's not a big deal.
No, I just got a text.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh, you good? Can I go on, or are you?
No, we're good. Go ahead.
Now I'm confused. I don't know.
No, I'm sorry. I should have just keep going. You're fine.
So I sent y'all a video because I've been watching this Dr. Death on Peacock.
And I'd listened
streaming
to the podcast like years ago.
Yeah, and it's
years.
It'll make you never want to have a procedure again. Number one,
right?
This is based on a true story. There's some really good actors. It's on Peacock. If you want something to watch,
you like saying Peacock?
It's I like that little app, and that's
Did
where
you
I
just ask him if he'd like to say that.
He acted like he enjoyed saying it.
That's where I watched that Ryan Lochte documentary, and then because that's when I knew I had that specific app, and Greg goes, "Hey, I think Dr. Death's on there," and I'm like, "What is Dr. Death?" And he said, "Hey, it's Speedy and I listened to this podcast, and it's about this guy that was botching surgeries on purpose out in Texas, a sociopath, blah, blah, blah." Well, now they've put a miniseries together. So I was watching it.
It's got a lot of good actors in it, too.
So it does. It's filled with excellent actors. And so I finished it, and I thought, I want to look up the real Dr. Death. Like, I want to see some of these characters. So I always do that. Sometimes I'll even pause it in the middle and go, I want to really see what this guy looked like.
Right.
So I found this little 10-minute video from the show American Greed. Do y'all remember that show, American Greed on CNBC?
Yeah, I do.
Well, they did a special on this, on the real thing. And so I just sent that to y'all. But that's not even why I'm bringing this up. The commercial ad that ran before the video played on YouTube was about this new toothbrush that's evidently out. And I want to know if y'all have heard. Now, again, Greg, I know your first reaction to this is going to be, that's stupid, I can't believe we're doing that, blah, blah, blah. But it's called Mist, M-Y-S-T. And you stick this thing in your mouth, and it brushes your teeth for you. And I thought, I've got to ask the guys if they know about this.
So it's like a mouthpiece.
So you
like
put
a football mouthpiece.
That's exactly what it looks like, and it's bristles on each side, and you stick it in your mouth and hit this little button, power button, and it just brushes your teeth for you.
There's no way it can do it really good.
Well, they say that this XRT technology, of course, this is the commercial I'm listening to. They say that from the time the toothbrush was invented, which was a long time ago, by the way, when we started taking it has not changed at all. And they say there's got to be
been some adjustment.
Well, and it said that it needs to be, when you brush your teeth, it's supposed to be slow and have some vibration to it. That's what they're saying in this. Well, I just recently picked up I needed a toothbrush one weekend.
Okay.
Because I went somewhere and didn't have a toothbrush.
Right.
And I just bought the first thing.
Look.
So that's it right there.
How about that? Now that looks
Where's the toothpaste?
I don't know how that works, Greg. I don't know how you put it in there or what, but that's
well, look at that.
so
Does it turn your gums green?
no, Greg, it's just a demonstration.
Oh.
But here's what's funny about this. So I buy this toothbrush just like at a Target or Walmart or something because I need. It may have been maybe in Walgreens or CVS. I don't remember. But when it vibrates like it's a normal toothbrush, but it's got a button that vibrates. It's almost like that technology that it's talking about.
Oh boy.
Well, then as I'm watching this video, I'm like, what in the world? I've never even seen this before. So people are actually putting a mouthpiece in their mouth and it's brushing their teeth.
Yeah. How long?
So my question is, if somebody brought this into you today, brand new, would you use it?
Yeah, I'd try.
I think I would.
Now, am I going to make effort to get it here? Probably not. But if one showed up, I would try it.
Yeah, kind of like food in the golden ticket seats.
But the real question is, will you pursue it though?
I didn't go that far. I don't even know how much it is either, by the way. There they go, Greg. They put toothpaste in there.
Greg, you good with that?
All right. Mm-hmm. Let's see. There goes your toothpaste.
There
you put
it
it
is
in
right
your
there.
mouth. I don't think that works. I think it's a gimmick.
There it is.
That's like the guy, them people that always trying to invent something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they say that people don't take the time to brush all their teeth in the way they're supposed to.
Right.
And this does
all equally
in the same amount of time.
I'm going to order me that, and I'm going to order me a Flowbee to cut my hair too. So.
Yeah. It's like your back teeth doesn't get the respect the front do.
Yeah.
I've never been.
And I'm a good brusher, I think. Like that's one of the things I excel at.
What do you
yeah,
say?
I'm a pretty good brusher.
Say the alphabet or count to 30? What do you do?
I did. I mean, I try
to hit all my teeth.
It's all my teeth.
Up and down. Because when I was a kid, I remember they teach us you don't do it this way. You do it this way.
Yeah. I do both. I do. I mean, I'm in there a good bit. I'm at least 2 times a day, and most of the time 3 times a day.
Greg,
I usually brush my teeth after lunch too.
Greg, don't forget we're on TV too.
Oh, yeah.
So when he's talking and you're looking at me and all that, don't just remember that.
So you brush your teeth here? I haven't seen that.
I don't eat lunch here, Greg.
You don't?
No.
Sometimes. No. All right.
He questions everything.
Every single
He
thing.
doesn't think you do it 3 times a day.
I didn't see you didn't do it.
I'm on record for this. I mean, my family says I do it. Brush my teeth too much.
I will tell you this: I don't floss enough though.
Oh, I've gotten better.
I'll brush my teeth.
Yeah.
But I mean,
the
flossing,
sticks
I need to do
have
more.
changed it for me.
The sticks are,
and I know they're not the same.
They frown on the
that.
sticks
I know
a little bit, but it's better than nothing.
Hey, I always pull stuff out with them. I know that, so they're doing something.
It's dedicated to flossing, and it's actually flew over on me, and now I floss a lot.
Okay. You use the string or sticks?
String.
Yeah, that's the way you're supposed to do it.
Old school.
Well, you're doing it correctly then.
Yeah.
Huh?
Because if you eat a lot of chicken like I do, you need to floss.
Right, you do.
Chicken will stay with you.
All right, well, so there you go. You're gonna have to put a link in show notes about it because then everybody's gonna want to know what you're
I want one
talking
in
about.
here, by the way.
I do too. I may buy one.
Of course, we'd have to have 3 because nobody's sharing them. Can you change? I want to
see how much.
I want you putting that in your mouth, doing that right here live, brushing your teeth. You know what I mean?
The whole
hitting a little button and just brushing his teeth.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 25 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. The guys join us in about 30 minutes from now. Until then, we're hanging out together. Good time, gang. Adler, I'm Speedy. There's Greg. There's Helmsy. And right now, Barbecue Smoke Neck is your intern. And she's taking phone calls at 866 We Be Big. Jordan and Gadsden wanted to weigh in. I know you went to the new toothbrush route, but you mentioned Dr. Death on
DD.
Yep, on the Peacock streaming app or whatever. I'm trying to get through that without Greg. Greg, it looked like you just
I say it with more
don't get
confidence.
Whiplash.
Yeah.
I was watching.
You slung that head around.
I want to see if he was going to get her back in the road.
Well, you know that's the name of it. Because when I said it, I just saw out of my peripheral going.
You were like on the.
Well, because it's because of you.
What'd I do?
What did you do?
I'm the reason you got off in the gravel just then.
You look like you were a deer on the green field that just heard something in the
I
woods.
heard gravel flying up. I saw
your little tail went up.
Then dust flew up.
Jordan and Gadsden. What's up, Jordan?
Morning, guys.
Hey, what's up?
I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but ZZK literally ran a commercial about that Dr. Death thing on Peacock after that segment.
Are you serious?
That's weird. We don't hear that. Just in case you're wondering, we don't hear that,
That's
so we had
funny,
no
though.
idea.
That's good stuff.
I was very surprised.
That is fun.
Yeah.
That's the way we do it around here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to tell you something at the end of it. I don't know where y'all are in the series, and I'm at the end of it.
I'm at the end. I got 2 episodes, so don't
you
run.
did get the Peacock.
I know the end.
You got Peacock, and you got it. I have not. I just did the podcast. I haven't seen this version of it.
Here's how it gets you.
What'd you got?
It'll give you about 3 episodes for free, and then Peacock goes, for $4.99 a month. Boom.
But it's worth go. I couldn't not.
And I got other
go back
good stuff on there.
Here's the
What'd
thing.
you cancel to get Peacock?
Nothing yet.
I got to go behind him. I'm fit to get rid of some of mine. I've got like 1 million.
Here's what I'll tell you to do though, because this is what'll scare you to death. At the very end of it, they will basically tell you what everybody's. You know how they'll do it. Tell everybody what they're doing now and all this.
Sure.
But they start giving you statistics in regards to patients and things going bad in the United States when it comes to medical, and it will scare you to death.
That's good.
The scariest thing about this whole thing, and went back to when I heard it on the podcast, is how this guy continued.
Yeah, he still had his license and could just move hospitals.
I don't know. I don't know what you
heck?
have to do to lose your license. I really don't.
Yeah.
But wow.
So I can just I've lost it here. I'm gonna move over here.
Yeah.
And
they're going to welcome me in open arms, and they're going to brag about me.
And they'll even write, the people that fired you will write reference letters for you.
What's that about?
The whole thing is just.
That'll scare you.
That's
man.
the scariest part of the whole thing.
I know.
No.
Anyway, they're protected. Doctors, neurosurgeons, all of them, they're protected.
Yeah.
And I guess they have to be to some extent, but because you are dealing with life and death here, and there's malpractice ways to do it, but. This is one of those things, and they do say at the end that this will probably happen again at some point because of because of the leniency that they have with this.
Yeah, wow.
And if it's not for 2 guys, by the way, that say
wouldn't
I'm
let
going to
it go.
dedicate my life to this for a certain period of time, he's probably still practicing today.
Because you would think the first things they brought out, that'd have been enough.
And if
this went on for years.
Well, not only that, but if he's not put in prison for the time in which, by the way, he's there for a long time. I think he's 74 is when he was up for parole. Wow. 74 years of age, and so he had life in prison. But if he doesn't go, because I'm gonna tell you, they built a really good case against for him. He didn't want to take the route they were going, but I thought he was going to get off. Not get his medical license back, but just like the district attorney said, he could have went somewhere else, not necessarily in the States, but internationally, and practice again. Found somebody to allow him to continue to do this.
Because the first thing they offered when they brought the police in, they offered to hey, get his license and do this, and they were like, "That you don't understand. He'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah.
He needs to be put up so he can't do that." Anyway. It's pretty good. Go watch.
You got over there,
and
buddy.
seems to be a brilliant guy. And if he would have just stayed in his lane in research, he could have probably been one of the top researchers that we've ever seen in the U.S. but he wanted to be a surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
I got to get in there and be the neurosurgeon of the 21st century.
Yeah.
I'm doing things like nobody else has ever done. He had that God syndrome.
Referred to himself as a god.
Oh, yeah, he did.
That email he sent, by the way, that is a real thing. That was not made up. I looked that up.
I remember
That's
that
scary
that
when
was
you
on the
read that.
podcast.
Yeah. All right, enough of that. Go watch it on Peacock.
Basically sawed his friend's neck off.
Yeah, that's
He
where
did.
I'm at.
Yeah, I asked Greg because I didn't hear the podcast. I said that actually happened. He goes, "Oh yeah."
Now, I don't know if that guy was is the character.
No, they
that he
were.
plays.
I looked it up. They were good buddies. Matter of fact, saw the real guy. Saw a picture. That's in that American Greed thing I sent you.
Okay, all right.
Wow.
I like it.
So,
All right, so there you go, Dr. Death. It's on Peacock right now, but you can also it's on podcast as well if you choose that route.
you won't believe the actors that are in it. By the way,
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm all in. I just got to get that.
I think my favorite actor is Christian Slater.
Yeah.
in this.
He plays a good one.
Yeah.
He does.
And then Frazier shows up at some point.
Yeah, and of course Alec Baldwin. He's
yeah,
good.
Alec Baldwin plays a really good character.
So, Bobby Bowden. Sad news.
Saw that yesterday. Hate
yesterday, legendary coach, football coach Bobby Bowden, basically told the newspaper that he was at peace, but has been has a terminally medical illness. If I can get through that, he's been diagnosed with a terminal medical illness. He's 91.
Yeah.
But he basically came out and said, "I've always tried to serve God's purpose for my life on and off the field, and I'm prepared for what's to come." He said, "My wife Ann and I and our family have been, my family has been life's greatest blessing to me, and we're at peace." So it's got, of course, the coaching world. A lot of coaches have been talking about it. Even Coach Leach yesterday at the SEC Media Days, Mississippi State, it was their day, and he even went into detail about how it influenced a lot of coaches his age to get into coaching. He was, Coach Bowden really opened the way for a lot of guys, and his coaching tree goes a long way. And I didn't know this. He finished his career with 377 wins, having had 12 of them vacated. Since he left, the Seminoles have had 8 winning seasons and a national championship, but in 3 seasons, the team finished below 500. Like I said, 91. He coached Florida State from 76 to 2009 and was in a bowl game in all but 3 seasons in the school history of him being there.
And, guys, when he went to that job, they were not
good at all.
He built them into a power.
The facilities were horrible. Everything about that place was low grade.
He is one of the favorite guests that we've had for me on this show since I've been here. When he came to the studio, I mean, he was just.
I've never had another person walk through these doors that was so attentive to every single person that was in the building.
Yeah. It really was something else.
And
Coach very
Coach
intentional.
Cutcliffe was right there with him. Both
he
of
was.
them, and they're cut from the same mold.
Yes.
They asked you about your life.
And you could tell it wasn't just they truly wanted to know. It wasn't I'm just doing this because this is what I do to get through the day. It was they really you could based off the questions, their emotions behind the way they ask them. It was so intentional.
And the best thing was when the caller talked about an autograph hat that he had that he lost, and Coach Bowden said, "Well, send me a hat." Gave his address out on the air.
Yeah.
We were like, "I don't know if I do that."
Yeah. So old school.
So the guy could send him a hat so he could sign it.
Yeah,
that's
he
something
put his
else.
address out on the air.
I don't know why this is, but when we've talked about it before, we age and get older, but for some reason we don't expect others to do the same. So I didn't have him at 91. I knew he was old.
I know.
I didn't. I don't know why.
But think about it. He coached into his 70s. Speaking of football, now y'all see if y'all heard this. On the way in, I was hearing a rumor. There's a rumor out there, and they're saying no one has denied it. Nobody's confirmed it, that Texas and Oklahoma are pursuing the SEC to join.
Really?
Now, I ain't saying that's happening, but this is what I was listening on the way in on ESPNU. Nobody has come out and said no. They're just like, we don't comment on things like that, or we don't. But nobody's come out and just said it.
What would be the reasoning behind that? Are they pretty big conference they got going on out there? Is it just
I'm just telling you, I just caught parts of it.
And that would put the others in a handle.
Yeah.
And again,
yes.
I'm just telling you what I heard on the way in. I ain't saying it's going to happen, but
Greg's
these
got his
guys
hands
were
up.
reporting it that, hey, I ain't saying it's happening, but ain't nobody come out and just said no.
Wow.
So just saying.
Take a sip.
Look at that. I heard that now.
Well,
maybe it was April Fool's
I'll
joke.
say
According to
this,
Greg,
too.
Texas and Oklahoma. When are they coming, Greg?
That'd be not this season, but the next.
So 16 teams now?
Now, if I'm already in the SEC, I don't need that in my
Well,
team.
I'll tell you this, too. I heard Lincoln Riley's leaving. And you know who they say is getting that job?
Who?
Ted Lasso.
Ted
Okay.
Lasso, they're bringing him back over.
Said he's bringing him over across the pond. He's going to coach football again.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Well, we love our sponsors, and new ones come through, and they have some great things to offer, and this one right here is a good one, boxofawesome.com. Add some fun and excitement into your life. Boxofawesome.com. That's boxofawesome.com. This summer, Bespoke Post is here to take your adventures to the next level with a new lineup of must-have Box of Awesome collections. They partner with small businesses around America and emerging brands to bring you the most unique gifts every month. Think about this. No matter what you're into, boxofawesome.com has you covered. From travel and outdoor gear to breezy summer styles, you name it, they've got it at boxofawesome.com. Now get started. Based on your answers, you'll take a simple online quiz. And based on those answers, they'll help you get your Box of Awesome together. And they'll come and surprise you with a gift that comes right to your door based on what you're into. They release new boxes every month across a ton of different categories. It's free and super easy to sign up. You can skip a month if you want to or cancel anytime without any hassle. Here's what I love, because you know me with what things cost. The box only costs $45, but there's $70 worth of gear inside of it. So that's a win. That is a win. And right now, if you go to boxofawesome.com, you get 20% off your first box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter promo code Bubba at checkout. So go there and at checkout, enter promo code Bubba. That's going to save you 20% on your first box. That's boxofawesome.com, code Bubba, for 20% off your first box. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, it's about 8 minutes until top of the hour, and we've got a lot going on right now. It looks like two surgeons over there. We just talked about Dr. Death and surgeons and stuff, and it looks like to me that we've had a mic that's come out of its little holder, and you guys have had to try to get it back together. And I think you got it,
Greg. Greg, that was impressive.
Yeah,
I kept in my mind. We had.
It looked like, boy, we just.
I mean,
seriously,
when you're trying to hurry,
yeah.
And this thing here, it's not that complicated.
No, but it can be.
It can be when you're trying to hurry.
Right. You had that come off, and so your mic just fell out of its little holder. And so you two look like surgeons over there, and the mic was the patient.
I hate things like that because it's almost like a puzzle.
Yeah,
I know.
But
I'm going to tell. Don't like puzzles.
I want to tell the audience something. Greg fixed it, but Greg also almost like he enjoyed doing it. It was a weird deal. I've never seen.
Well, I had done it before, and I was mad at myself. It should have came right back, and I was like, "Dadgummit!"
Right
now, I'm afraid to put the mic cover on because I don't want to tear it up anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
that's what you got there, buddy. Good, you all right? The surgeons are still going.
So great work, Greg.
We're good and settled.
I didn't right, but I think it's okay.
Well, it's hanging in.
It's a little crooked there.
Yes, it is.
We got to adjust.
We can get the little screen back on and be good to go. I notice you turn yours sideways all the time. Give me why.
What do you mean?
You'll turn your mic sideways like this when you talk.
It looks sideways to you from that end. But like for me, does that look sideways?
No, that's fine. But sometimes you'll do this a lot right here.
I don't know.
Have you ever wished we had the ones that were in front of you? That
yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Well, aren't these like backwards?
They were, and then they flipped. We used to have them upside down.
Yeah.
So they're correct now.
I don't know. I just know.
Or is it a preference thing?
This helped us with TV because it was blocking our.
There you go.
And then we had one in the production room. Remember what we couldn't figure out, but we had it in backwards. We're talking in the back of it.
Yeah, it sounded like we were across the room. This audio is terrible. All right, Big Boy's out in the breezeway. He's ready to go, and welcome everybody that's coming into the Golden Ticket seats today. And we welcome all of you into the studio. We have Barbecue Smoke Neck. She's your intern, screening you up, and we'll also welcome you in, get you settled. Eddie Van Adler here, the Good Time Gang. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. Boy, there's a lot out there today when it comes to the old world, and we've kind of been throwing this around. At some point this week, maybe I guess since we only have one more show tomorrow, I'd like to take just a quick poll from the audience. Do you care about the Delta variant? Does it even bother you at all? Are you concerned at all? or are you just moving on with your life? Because it seems to be
this week.
affecting a lot
My
of
concern
people.
level has risen greatly. I'll say that.
I would just like to
pay
get
more attention.
I'd like to
If you would
just
have asked
get
this
a
last
gauge from
week,
the audience.
if you'd have asked this time last week, I probably wouldn't give you a whole lot on it.
Right.
But sitting here now on Thursday, the 22nd of the month.
Yeah.
I am. Yes, my level of concern for the variant has grown a lot over the last few days.
Yeah, I just kind of want to see where the audience is on this for sure. I know it says U.S. Airlines say the spread of the Delta variant isn't deterring travelers from booking flights. He said their flights are up and people are moving along. I think where people are battling is they see the news, they're hearing the numbers, and that's concerning, but they're so beat down with COVID and things closing and restrictions that they're almost like defiant. Like,
I'll tell you what
I'm
think.
so done with this.
Here's what I
you
think's
know?
happening this week that's getting everybody's attention is it's hitting close to home. So they're actually having people in their families, their friends, their community groups that are coming down with it, having a bad experience with it, some even vaccinated, and it's thrown them for a loop. And that's like with everybody. That's the reason I say that. Last week, I just did it again, by the way. I turned like you're talking about. I don't know why I do that. But last week I had, you hear the news and I'm like, whatever. They're going to make you think they're going to blow it up, blah blah blah. But this week I've heard you talk about personal stories. We've got one that close to the entire show. And so it's starting to hit close to home. And I don't know if this is a fourth wave or it's a 4th of July wave or a little of both. But it's got my attention. So much so that I think probably won't happen today, but I think tomorrow I will probably go get an antibodies test to see where I'm at. Mm-hmm. That will probably happen tomorrow after the show.
Yeah, this Delta variant, it came from India.
Yeah.
So it's basically the Indian
Delta,
variant, but we're not going to call it that. We're calling it the Delta variant.
Well, it makes me feel like it came from the Mississippi Delta.
Right, it
Even though
does.
it didn't.
Yeah, right. And we've had all kind of variants. We've had the South African variant, the Brazilian variant, the European variant.
A lot of variants.
We've had a lot of variants, but this one seems to be making an impact, I guess, here in the old United States of America. And so numbers are up, and we got friends that work in the medical industry, and they're like, well, yeah, those numbers are real.
Yeah.
We're admitting people and all this kind of stuff. And so I had to kind of bring everybody back in with my family.
I did too,
because we've started moving around like, it doesn't exist because everybody's had it in the house and all this. And it was just like hey, whoa, let's go back. I'm not saying to run around scared. I'm just saying be more observant. Let's get back to
it's a lot more contagious.
Let's just get back to, washing our hands again, which, and Adler and I were talking about that the other day. We were in the kitchen washing our hands, and I'm like, it's sad that a pandemic has made us wash our hands more.
For me,
I should have been washing
I've really spent a lot of my life not washing my hands enough.
It took a pandemic for me to start washing my hands the way I'm supposed to.
Right. Think of all the nasty hands you shook, Greg, and the things you touched.
A lot.
And we just kind of went on with life.
Well,
I mean,
sure,
we're
ain't nothing
okay.
about it.
We're okay, but I mean,
okay. It's not,
but anyway, so we'll try to get an idea. It might even be on the main show today or tomorrow. We just want maybe a little quick poll. Where you at? You care or not care? Just get an idea from the whole audience,
Yeah.
And as I say that, we got golden ticket seats coming in today. So if Greg's if Greg's a little distant, then that's why.
I'll wave at him.
All right.
I noticed in the picture yesterday you got back a little bit, which I think is probably smart.
They actually sent us the picture, the family that took it, and Greg was a row back. It was pretty funny.
I may be with you today.
My new thing.
We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my
6 minutes
knees.
now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
Start another.
A brand new hour is underway, and we are thankful that you have decided to be with us.
Ooh,
This hour starts with the national anthem. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we move forward, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And they've already given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the TuneIn app, the YouTube channel, podcast archives, Whatever the case may be, however you grab you some Rick and Bubba, the kickoff hour is available for you, and we're glad that you are here. Barbecue Smoke Neck, Rick and Bubba University student, earning her degree in common sense. Common sense now a superpower. Across the way, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome to your two favorite situational entertainers, Rick, Bubba, and a cast of many.
Yep. Might get your hands together on this one. With holy water. Bubba, how are you?
We the kingdom. I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, we've got a lot to unpack today. The stories are out there. There's a lot going on in the sports world today. We'll unpack some of that. SEC Media Days, and then we've had this Oklahoma-Texas thing. That looks interesting. We'll look at that.
Yeah, I got doubts about that.
Yeah, just, you don't know what all that's about. So we'll see. We also can try to update you what's going on within all the dudes here on the program. We'll take your phone calls today. Find out what's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll continue to try to update you on the never-ending rise and fall of the pandemic. Trying to figure out good information there. That's a dilly.
Mm-hmm. She's a dandy.
You read one article says one thing, you read the other says another, and you just. I think there's. It goes back to how we always we go into the blank, fill in the blank. We remember people would say, speaking of sports, the college football world has SEC fatigue. You remember that?
Yeah.
I think our country has pandemic fatigue.
Oh,
it's just everybody's kind of like yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
And because it's like how sometimes when you've been through hysteria one time and somebody tries to escort you to it again, you're just kind of like
Well, if you it's like when you have an adrenaline rush about something, you can't maintain that level.
Right.
You got to come off that mountain.
It'd be like somebody walking in right now and saying, "Hey guys, it would be like you remember Y2K?
Yep.
It would be like you getting like to getting through all of that, and about 6 months later, somebody starts screaming, "No, it's really gonna happen."
Yeah. Here we go again.
Hey, Y2K, you'd go, I just don't know that I can go get by all that water again.
I'm not saying it's not real.
No, I'm
it's
not
not
either.
A threat, but I think people
That's not
are
what I'm
just so tired of being on full alert.
I'm talking about human nature.
Yep.
You're like, okay, look, I can't go out and buy all that water again, and put if somebody tried to do Y2K on you again, I can't do non-perishable foods again. I'm sorry.
Well, I bet we've survived so many end of time scenarios that we've had even in our short life.
Well, and also, and I'm not saying that is a license for irresponsibility. Don't misunderstand me on that. But also, if you have a biblical worldview, you're kind of going. Look, it's not. I said it's not an excuse to be irresponsible, because if he wanted us to be irresponsible, then we'd know everything about when everything was going to happen. But when you know who's in control, and you're like, and I got news for you: there's nobody that's going to thwart his plan. And everything he's doing, he's teaching, and so I just always look around for that. Just kind of pivot to what's being taught, and when you start thinking about some of the things that are out there now, it's there's just so many contradictions and then trying to remove the political from and science and it's just there's just a lot going on. Just do the best you can. And the good news is that no matter what happens going forward, the one thing that we can say, okay, now that it doesn't, and we've been there. We have people that we dearly love that did not survive the pandemic, okay, and we may have others that don't. But at the end of it all, most everybody within the sound of my voice is going to survive the pandemic. The overwhelming majority of you.
Yep.
And
thank goodness.
Now,
it's a good thing.
If it's people you love, then yeah. But people you love dying before you want them to die is bad, no matter how it happens.
Yeah.
So the individual stuff is not what we're talking about. This is a macro discussion of the world and the country, and that is it's not going to get many of us, but it will get some of us, and it has gotten some of us. So
and it's going to be a hassle and a handle for everybody.
Well, and then the big thing, and I can see this percolating. Matter of fact, I see the story that y'all have here about the airlines. Mm-hmm. They're saying, look, this is not going. We're not shutting her down again. We're going to keep on flying, and some of these businesses, guys. I went yesterday. I was trying to grab something to eat between trying to do a little better and a meeting that I had to go to.
Yeah.
And I only had 20 minutes, and I said I was just going to grab dinner real quick. And I was turned down twice because, number one place said, we do not have enough of employees, so we're closing at 5. Mm-hmm. Then the 5 on a weekday.
5?
And then the other said, well, you can come in here, but there's no way we can serve you in 20 minutes because we just don't have enough people.
Yeah.
So we can't make that commitment to you. I'm sorry. So, and this was not like a sit down for a date kind of place. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of businesses and companies that cannot survive. They may not survive the first shutdown. They haven't survived it yet. They're still trying to survive. But you shut this thing down again, and it will be worse than what the pandemic will do. And I think it was last time already. So you just can't do that. And I don't really see a lot of momentum for that, so that's good. But just making that point again. And you see some of the big-time corporations standing up saying, we're going to work on through phase 4, but we're not going to shut her down.
Right.
And I think that's wise. That's the right thing to do. 15 minutes past 866. We Be Big is the number. Also, I think we can't stuff our kids back at home either again. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866. We be big. Thank you for being with us today. Those of you that are not watching us on YouTube, you hear the music of Eric Clapton coming back. Eric Clapton has kind of gone against the grain a little bit in the entertainment world, usually featuring leftists that are doomsdayers. And Eric Clapton says, if you are saying I have to have concerts where only people who've had the vaccine can come to them, then I will not perform. I'm not going to be part of the you must have a vaccine pass to come see me play. And
That
so,
is
and
kinda
again,
odd,
how
isn't it?
you control that?
Yeah, he
because
said
the Foo Fighters actually had a vax-only concert at Madison Square Garden a couple of weeks ago. And again, I'm wondering how you is it the honor system?
Well, yeah.
You show a card coming in?
Yeah, I mean, Greg, you said you have a card, but of course, then you went on to say you don't know where it is.
I'm not sure.
But,
I have to look for it.
Yeah,
Greg
right.
probably should have taken a picture of that.
Yeah, so
Maybe I should.
well, that's what I've said. How do you monitor this? Is it an honor system? But Eric Clapton said he's not going to play that game because he said I think that people should make their own decision, and if they think going to a concert's bad, don't go. If you're not worried about it, come see me play. So I'm not going to be part of Vax Only. So that's he'll probably be canceled from all music.
Yeah.
For saying something like that so controversial. But anyway, so that I thought that was interesting. The U.S. women's soccer team, they have been beaten. Is this the second time? Or I know they got beaten once.
I think they're 0 for 3, I think.
Yeah,
in
our
this
third
deal.
time. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to ask because it may not be funny anymore. Have they scored yet?
I don't know the answer to that, Rick.
Because Babylon B had a great headline, and I know at this point they had not scored, and I think they had lost twice.
Yeah.
And Babylon B said that the women's soccer team had vowed to score no goals until racial equality is addressed. So,
It's one thing to kneel during the anthem. It's another thing to kneel during the whole match.
right.
Once the game starts, you have to get up.
Get up, move around.
So the U.S., Sweden, Britain, and Chile had players take a knee to protest racism, discrimination, and inequality. So what I would like to do, because those are things that none of us, I think, are. We is there anybody that I mean,
There's for any of that?
Well, there's probably some wicked, evil people.
I'm
that
sure
would be
there
for it.
are, but
I will tell you this: the ruling class of Cuba's, they're for it.
they're on record.
Of course, we somehow act like they're a good thing, and we let Black Lives Matter, the organization, protect them and pay no price for it. At the same time, saying we don't like people who practice inequality. But anyway, let me tell you something. In communism, there's a load of inequality when it comes to the government and the people. But let's go back to this. If I were to walk out onto whatever it's called the pitch.
It is.
I was to walk out onto the gigantic pitch that is way too big, and I was to walk
It's
out
like a pasture.
and I walked over to one of our ladies that was kneeling, and I said, hey, "Ma'am, could I have a word with you?" Well, I'm kneeling. I see that, but I want to ask you something. What do we have to do as a country for you to stand up?
Give me the list here of things that we can really accomplish.
Yeah.
Don't give me these.
I don't want to hear
platitude type
Yeah,
things.
I don't wanna-
mean, we need some real things that we can solve a problem.
So then I would say this. Say you said, "Well, I'm here to protest racism." I said, "Yeah, racism is wicked and evil. Talk to me about what your country needs to do." So right now, you want us to do what, and you'll get up and stand. And the other thing I'm here is for discrimination. Discrimination, yeah, that's bad. Of course, unless you're discriminating for good reasons. But anyway, let's say this because I wouldn't just let anybody stay at my house with my kids, so I discriminate then. Yeah. But let's talk about
Rick. The fact that you're listening to a radio right now means there is a section in that receiver called a discriminator.
Right.
And you know what it does? It lets through the channel you want to hear, and it blocks out the ones you don't.
Right.
So I understand that is a bad word in some circles, but not. Look at the way it's being used.
Because we need to ask the question: why is someone being discriminated against?
Right.
And if it's for evil reasons, then yeah. So what does your country need to do for you to feel like discrimination is being addressed? For you to stand up? I'm also down for inequality, Rick. Okay, all right. Well, so what do we need to do to get you up?
Right.
Well, let's start with the women's soccer team.
Yeah.
How many people of underserved communities are on this team, based on our general population? I don't
know the answer
but
to
I
that,
think
but
that's where you start.
It's a legitimate question. Yeah. It's a
So do
legitimate
we
question.
need to have people who are there based on their qualifications give up their seat so somebody else can get in there who probably could have done it if things had been different for them growing up?
Yeah, I think what they
Don't we
would
start there?
Yeah, well, I think we could get them in a nice little trap there because you know what they might say? We hold open tryouts, and the people that do the best job get on the team. Whoa!
No matter what.
That ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Are you talking about a free market here? Or are you talking about that everybody goes out there and they make the best?
They don't want equality.
Wait a
They
minute.
want equity. Whole different deal.
Yeah, much.
You got to pay attention to the libs. You know, their lingo is very important.
That's right.
But I'm going to tell you this.
Hey, a little lingo.
I will go this far. I believe that we will win. Not in this case, but I think if I was so upset,
we can score.
I believe if I was so upset with the country, I mean furious, to the point that I won't even stand when the national anthem is played for that country, and I'm going to have horrible things to say about the symbol of its flag. There's no way I'd play for it.
No way.
Yeah. I mean, I would.
Well, Rick, you talking about the ultimate hypocrite. If I allow a country that I think has so many problems that I'm so disgusted with, but I take their money to train, I take their money, their transportation, I stay in hotels and arrangements they've paid for, and I go out and play for them, but I'm so disgusted I have to kneel during the one moment that honors the country who have brought you, and that is the playing of the national anthem. I mean, you're a hypocrite times 12.
Yeah.
If you really believe so, quit the team.
You would
Take your
want no
jersey
part
off,
of it.
throw it down, and go home.
Right.
That's what you ought to
Burn
do.
it.
Get rid of it.
I mean, stand on the straight corner, stomp it. So it
3-0 they lost, Rick.
So
And they said it wasn't even that close.
yeah.
They
Well,
said it was ugly.
Maybe they should
What-
work on
You know, and the
what
playing
if
ball
I
instead of protest.
what if I started kneeling when the national anthem was played because it represents how bad our women's teams play.
Until they start playing better.
I tell you what, I ain't standing for it till they play better.
right.
So,
But now this is what's going to turn a lot of folks off. If this is all we're going to see through the Olympics is because the IOC has stretched their rules on making political statements during the games.
yeah, I thought we weren't supposed to have.
Now they're saying, well, if it's an official ceremony or whatever, that's when they're really going to crack down on the rules. But I guess they're allowing this. But
Are we missing the point here? Are they doing a silent protest by playing terribly?
Well, that's what Babylon B said. So they vowed to score no goals till we meet.
So we're going to really suck unless I don't know.
What if we found out that they're just tired?
Just tired.
What if a lot of them had knee problems because they've been on it too much?
What if somebody said this is jet lag?
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So-
my knee's not working good. I've been sitting on it. So
I mean, now I will tell you this: I try, other than the fact I do a show and it opens up an opportunity to have some fun comments like this. But the thing I think I'm most offended about is that the U.S. women's soccer team thinks I give a rip what they think.
that's a good one, Rick. I was good at everything until I saw the women's soccer team
Wait a minute, what?
protest. So now I'm suddenly aware.
Is the U.S. women's soccer team not happy? Well, I wish I'd have known that. My day'd be different. I probably would have planned it out different.
What can I do to help?
What can I do to help? I need to address this.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
If that's the tool you're going to use to get me aware, it's not a good one.
Who cares? I mean,
That's true.
yeah. I mean, Eric Clapton just told me I could come without a vaccine. What I'm upset about.
That's right.
Bottom of the hour, 866. We Be Big is the number, and the show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Yeah! LinkedIn.com/Bubba. I know, we just talked about it. I mean, you can't even have an employee. Are you looking? Now's the time. If you're a business owner and you're looking to make hires, LinkedIn.com/Bubba can certainly help you. We'll get that role in front of the 740 million professionals that are on LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Just fill out targeted screening questions. So, and let me tell you why we're doing that. Nothing worse. I hate to waste time. Man, I hate to waste time. And there's nothing worse than you're sitting there and you're going, our first 10 interviews, man, after my second question, y'all know this is not the people we're looking for. Well, what LinkedIn.com/Bubba says, use us, give us some screening questions. We'll screen the people that are wanting to be considered. And when you start interviewing, we've already vetted them out. Now you're looking for people that's going to be an asset to your company. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Because of our URL, you'll get to post your job for free. As a listener of this program. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, LinkedIn.com/Bubba. We also have a link for you to LinkedIn at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Oh, Bubba from the Animal Kingdom. Oh, buddy. On this program, we all have our expertise. I've sort of taken the role as the unofficial animal expert here. And I have warned about chimpanzees, and I have warned, and I have warned, and I have warned. I have warned.
Have you warned? Really?
I have warned. There's a word I want to use, but I shouldn't use.
Adler, can we show clips of Sir Lancelot Link during this?
Yeah, well, we
got some clips here.
You about to have all right, so, if you went into, if you didn't know, if you weren't a primate expert like we are, if you looked, you would probably be more terrified if you were in the wild if you saw a silverback gorilla than you would be if you saw a chimpanzee. And you would be wrong.
Because of their size.
Your chance of survival facing a silverback is higher than a chimpanzee who's bent on trouble. Okay? Because mostly the silverback wants to charge you to get away from his crew and wants you to go on. Okay? Now you certainly don't want him to beat you down. I mean, he's got a lot of power. But he's mainly wanting to sit around and eat vegetation.
Right.
Do they not eat meat? Really?
But the chimps. The chimps like the full gamut of a diet. Mm-hmm. They like their vegetables, they like their fruits, and they like their meat. Okay, and if you've ever seen them go on a hunting party, we got some of it today, and all of a sudden they just and they'll eat monkeys, and apparently now today they will also eat gorillas, because we now have chimps spotted for the first time ever, ganging up and killing and eating gorillas in Africa for the first time ever. Now, this is where...
Do we think maybe it was happening and this is the first time we were able to capture?
Now Greg has influenced you again.
Or the sound that comes with this. You don't want to hear that.
Guys, you want no part of this. You want no part of this. This is when they mean business.
Guys, that'd be horrible.
This is when they mean business. It is not good.
This is them attacking some gorillas.
Yeah, it's all-out war.
You think a gorilla would take one of them and throw them like a softball,
They're so strong, Bubba. You don't know how strong they are.
But isn't a gorilla strong, too?
Yes, but their numbers. Bubba, their numbers. Look, oh, my gosh. They're just, oh, my.
This is the same scene from 2001: A Space Odyssey when they discover the bone to hit somebody in the head with.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Rick, the numbers.
Their numbers.
The numbers.
And they've gone after the infant gorilla, so they're smart.
Sure.
But, Bubba, their numbers.
Oh, the numbers.
And their strength.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I found myself reaching for my Benelli 12 gauge right then.
Now, if you want to laugh hysterically at something that was probably a gruesome scene, scientists believe it may be tied to global warming.
Yeah, I saw that. You got to be kidding me.
What? Have you people lost your mind?
You can't.
Are they claiming gorillas are now in their area or something?
You can't tie every single thing that happens to that.
Global warming.
Do they realize how ridiculous that sounds? Do they think people buy that?
Are they claiming the gorillas gotten pushed into their area or something?
No.
What are they saying?
Well, indirectly, but they use this. Now they're all competing for food that has diminished because of climate change.
It all goes back to food, doesn't it?
Well, it looks like there's plenty of food there. Pretty green.
Well, I got news for you. The chimps not competing for food because gorillas don't eat meat. What the chimp said is, well, there's some meat. Yeah. They like a balanced diet. The others don't. Let me tell you, their hunting parties you just saw, it's not pretty.
Hey, the close fist beat down that they do.
Oh,
when they just hammer down.
Oh, they'll do the hammer punch.
Hey, have you ever seen the special when they go after monkeys that are up in the monkeys think they're safe in the trees? We're good guys, and they send the air raid up. They send their tree crew up.
Ground troops.
And you know what they do? Knock them out of the tree down to the guys on the ground who.
And it ain't pretty when they hit the ground.
And before you know it, everybody's handing out arms and legs.
What'd you just say?
Oh yeah, you know how you eat a chicken leg? They'll eat a monkey leg.
What is it? What's the fighters in the NHL? Are they grunts? What are they called?
Goons.
Goons. So you have goons that are down there ready to beat down on people.
Goodness, yeah.
That's it.
And you say it's the air crew?
Oh yeah, they send the tree crew up. See the monkeys.
They got an Air Force and then they got the Marines.
And it's
very
organized.
Getting after that guy. He don't care for that microphone at all.
Hey, and they're very organized. I saw the special. Because
how do they communicate? Do we know the hand signals?
Oh, they got all kinds of ways.
Watch me, probably is how they communicate.
Hey, Bubba.
Watch this.
I don't know if he said attack that and eat it or take the third pitch. I didn't know what he said.
Hey, as you said, Bubba, be careful when they start making tools, and they can.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 2001 Space Odyssey.
That posable thing.
That first one took that bone and cracked that other skull with it, and we had a game changer.
Well, and like Jane Goodall, and she said it really bothered her because she went in to say we just don't understand the chimps.
No, we do.
And she was there that day
like
that
everything
the chimps,
else in this universe.
that the chimps out of nowhere just said, you know what, we don't like this other group over here, and they started a war. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
With another group, and then one time they just came into the camp where Goodall and the gang was and just tore everything up. Started taking everything they had, and she's like, "Wow, they'll just misbehave out of nowhere." Yeah, Jane.
Really.
They're
animals.
They're animals. But I'm telling you, and I don't know why everybody won't listen. You don't want any part of them. The chimpanzees are bad news. Greg, once they reach maturity, they're bad.
That's right. When they're young, maybe.
But when you watch them like on Sir Lancelot Link, they look so funny.
They do.
No, yeah. Now, did they bring some comedy?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You put peanut butter in their mouth, you got you a show.
Yeah. Now, if you think you're getting your
and
face
a good
ripped off,
voiceover guy.
Yeah. If you think your face getting ripped off is funny, I guess you can keep one.
Yeah, well, I'd be.
But you're right. But no,
I think I'll skip on that.
No. Do you remember that time that idiot animal expert after we had our second facelift from the chimps, and he said he wanted to help us with signs to know when chimps are agitated? Well, I'll tell you one.
Yeah.
When they just rip my face off.
Yeah.
I've got it that they're upset. So, but they're saying this is the first time. Greg, of course, has influenced Bubba.
Greg, look. See, that just looks harmless, doesn't
it? Does. That doesn't look like a gang.
See that right there?
You got a wig on.
You think, how could they rip my arm from my shoulder?
How'd they get them to act right?
Do you see the name of their band?
Evolution, Revolution.
Can you imagine trying to film that?
Good. That's good. How would you like to be there for that shoot?
Oh, Rick.
Okay. But did you love how Greg has even influenced Bubba? The minute they said first time that chimps are seen eating gorillas, and Bubba immediately said, "No, how many?"
Well,
they watch every chimp gorilla interaction all over the
Rick, it's just science. It's just science. I mean, that makes sense. I don't think that was the first time ever they said, "Hey, let's get a gorilla." First time ever we recorded it and saw it.
We make these statements. I heard somebody on an interview. It was about what they claimed there were. I forget how many millions of less birds than they were ever how many years ago. I go, okay, who counted then?
Right.
I want to know who counted all, but counting all the birds in the world is going to be tough.
Yep.
I want to know who counted and now who did the recount here recently.
Right.
Look, I feel pretty confident.
They just say it out like
we got enough
fact.
birds.
Oh, yeah.
We got enough birds.
And I've heard the same thing about the ocean. Hey, Rick, 60% of the fish from how long ago are gone. Who counted them then?
Right.
And who's counting them? The ocean's big.
It's a big one.
Really
tough
big.
to count the fish.
Well, see,
matter of fact, for every mile, three of ocean. That's a lot.
And you know what? I want to start bidding on some of this glass half full. Mm-hmm. Here's a great headline if we have less birds now. Today we can announce bird crap on an all-time low.
Yeah. Windshield's cleaner than ever.
Windshield's cleaner than ever.
Yeah.
Your porch no longer has black spots all over it.
Yeah.
You might have less of that now. All right, it's good
Cats
news.
living a more peaceful life.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that.
Mailbox doesn't have stains all over it.
Sure.
Oh, our mailbox. I don't know.
They bomb it.
Is there just that much poop out there, or are they targeting that? And I just don't see it because it seems like
it's
it
a good
would cover
landing
everything.
spot for them too.
Yeah,
you got to understand that.
Ours sit on a little top of it. It's a little perch for
I tell you, we've got a lot going on. The birds are getting bolder about where they put nest. They'll just put a nest right there.
Right.
I think next year that I'll walk in and the babies will be sitting around our table, and the mom will be giving them breakfast.
Yeah.
I'm just like, guys, y'all are coming on in now. Y'all not concerned about any of this? You know what they found out? You get up there on that French drain and set you one up there on the top.
Yeah.
And now you got the cover and you're behind that and nobody can get to you.
Yeah. They like it.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Cranking out another Rick and Bubba University today. It'll be coming out again this weekend. We'll let you know tomorrow what you should be looking for. And after we interview our guests today, we've made some adjustments, some changes, but we'll have that all worked out by tomorrow's program. Had a cancellation and then one that was scheduled later that we're moving up. So once all that's solidified tomorrow, we'll tell you what to be looking for and listening for coming up this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. A new Bible study out yesterday. It is now available on our YouTube channel and our podcast archives. Bubba, a couple of stories from college football today. First of all, sad one. But really, I mean, when you say sad, I mean, Bobby Bowden's 91 years old. I mean, he made it.
I think it's a great victory. It really is.
I mean, he made it. I mean, it's when you go to 91 and you've gone 91 years without getting a terminally ill diagnosis.
Yep.
That's strong, of course.
And I think he's lived a good quality of life. I think he's enjoyed life. I know he's a man of God. I think he's done a lot of good. And we were very fortunate to have him on. Was he on the show, Speedy, 2 or 3 times that we actually had him here in studio?
It's been a couple, Bubba.
I remember the one time because he started giving out his home address.
Yeah,
somebody wanted to send him a letter.
I think over the years,
here for that one.
Over the years, he's been on the show maybe 4 times.
It's been a while. I mean,
we had him back at the old studio once. I
yeah.
remember because he said, "Yeah, Bubba, Charlie Ward, he was a basketball player, so I put him in the shotgun,
right? Yeah.
So he could see the field.
Yeah,
that's good.
I used the bathroom.
Pretty good, Bobby Bowden.
He was so funny.
It's almost Dr. Phil, but not quite.
Yeah, I know. You have to slow down the speed for Dr. Phil.
Yeah. But he and I did a men's thing in Sylacauga one time, and I think he was on for that too. And so this is.
You remember I asked him, Rick? I said, when you go in to recruit these young men, there's a lot of competition, especially in Florida. What do you tell them to try to close the deal to get them to Florida State, get them to go buy the Gators, get them to go buy the other schools in the SEC? And he said, well, Bubba, I just asked if they want a Cadillac or, a Mercedes. He's the only one who can say that and get away with it.
I want you to show that footage again. Helms, did you know you were this locked in? Look, you are locked.
Well, what you don't know is 30 minutes.
COVID wasn't around.
Yeah. He got here early that day. I mean, he arrived like an hour early that day. Of course. And him and a buddy were going to play golf after. Mm-hmm. And so there were 30 minutes where he sat back in the green room, and I sat back there with him.
Look at you.
And we had a great conversation.
You're gleaning right there, aren't you?
One of my favorite guests of all time.
That was right around
the
time of good night. Look at that.
All right, so
he was so intentional and attentive to everybody.
Yeah.
Not and it was he made
probably
you
shouldn't
feel
have given
like
his cell phone out.
His address. His address. He told everybody where he lived.
That's right.
But he made you feel like you were the only person in the room, and I'm all about you.
Well,
awesome.
He was one of those guys you want to hang out with. He was fun.
Good guy.
We always look to people to say, hey, maybe somebody's going to show us how to live. But equally important is when you have the opportunity for someone to show you how to die. Mm-hmm. And here it is. I've always come to serve God's purpose for my life on and off the field, and I am prepared for what is to come. My wife, Ann, and our family have been life's greatest blessing. I am at peace. I'm ready to go. So that's it.
That's awesome.
So let's
continues to just lift up in everything he does.
And we need to ask our questions a question today, because we always should be learning during all this. If today was our day and we got you are terminally ill and you are going to die soon, would we be expecting a well done or not from our Lord and Savior? And what would everybody say about us? So anyway, all right. So now let's go to. On a much lighter note, and that is that Texas A&M AD, however you say his name, he is not pleased with the fact that there's something percolating out there that Oklahoma and Texas want to come to SEC.
Well, it is funny because when this rumor came out yesterday, and the SEC Media Days has been going on, and it kind of coincided with that, there wasn't a lot of denial out there. And that was the first thing that was kind of interesting. Nobody was really saying, no, this is not true. No, this is silly. As a matter of fact, everybody kind of declined comment on it, which really stirred things up even more. But I will tell you this. The Texas A&M rivalry is deep, and it runs with a lot of money. And those two schools do not like each other.
Which is good.
And A&M basically left because Texas was, dominating the conference they were in at the time and calling the shots, and they were doing their own independent deals. And so they moved to make some headlines, getting in the SEC, which has been very good for them financially. And now I'm not too sure that you're not seeing some of this as a, hey, let's change the discussion, because A&M had one of their best football seasons they've had in a while last year. They're looking to, they're right in the conversation to compete with Alabama for the SEC West this year. A playoff berth. They just barely missed that last year. So these are good times for the Aggie football program. And, you would almost expect Texas to churn up the water a little bit.
So here is the comments from Texas and Oklahoma. Speculation always swirls around collegiate athletics, says Texas. We will not address rumors or speculation. Oklahoma says the college athletics landscape is shifting constantly.
Yep.
We don't address every anonymous rumor.
Now, the flip side, though, while I do think there may be some hype to that's, self-generated, the other side is there may be some shifting in college football due to the fact the NCAA is going to see some big changes, and with this NIL lawsuit and the threat of more lawsuits, that some of their power is going to be deregulated, so to speak. And some of these Power 5 conferences want to have more control. They want to dictate terms. And boy, if you put an Oklahoma and Texas in the SEC, then boy, that's a heavy hitting conference right there.
Well, my question is, could we take two out though? I mean,
you don't take two out.
I know, but I'd like to.
See, the SEC, I think, has always wanted. But would you, Rick?
Yes.
Think about what we had last year.
Yeah, but I have some. I don't care if they ever play again.
Well, you're not going to remove them.
But
you're going to have
talking
16
you're
teams.
just talking about
is what
football,
you're going to have.
see, but
I'm talking football.
Yeah,
some of
you're
those
not
other
gonna do
schools have been good in
Now-
basketball. And
Yeah, I don't
baseball.
care about.
But
it
here's
together.
what you are going to have to do, and this is legit. This is legitimate. Okay, where do they go?
Right. Yeah.
Because these are two teams that would obviously need to fall into the West.
Right.
Well, you can't just take them and put them into the West without moving somebody to the East. And so it makes sense to move Auburn and Alabama geographically, but I don't know if that's how they do it or not. So if this happens, guys, this is not the first time the SEC has talked about adding these particular teams. This discussion's been going on for 10, 15 years. And Texas A&M, Oklahoma State, they all nearly left and went to the Pac-10 several years ago.
Right.
So I think the SEC has always wanted 16 teams. If you can add 2 teams, they've tried to add Florida State and Miami a couple times through the years.
Yeah.
If you could add 2 teams, this does make sense, and it would be awesome
Well, it's
for
got to be
college
2.
football.
Yeah, it can't just be 1. It's got to be 2. So, but Texas A&M, they say that they want to be the only Texas team in the SEC. That's the reason why they left the Big 12 to stand alone and have our own identity.
The problem with that is
they will vote no on this. I guarantee you.
The good news for the SEC and the people that want to see this is it only takes 11 of the current 14 to extend an invite to them.
Legally,
meaning it doesn't matter what Texas A&M does if the other 13 go, hey, we're in.
Well, legally you are correct, but historically they've asked for a unanimous vote, just as a courtesy. And I don't think they would get that this time.
No, they will not.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Thank you for being with us today. Let's go phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We've got Barbecue Smoke Neck taking your phone calls right now. And if you want to reach us, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we will find out what is on your mind today and let you kind of run this next segment. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Andy Van Adler are all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for letting us do this and be a part of your day.
Yep, we thank you for that. The World Games is coming to 2022. Coming in 2022 to Birmingham, USA, our hometown. Would you like to get a VIP package? If you'd like to be part of that, meaning the opening ceremonies, you'll get a chance to meet country music stars Sarah Evans and Randy Owen. Randy, of course, with the supergroup Alabama. And it's a nice little VIP package for you. If you'd like to try to maybe win that, just simply go to rickandbubba.com, click on that contest button, and register your name, and it might as well go to you. Is that Conway and Auburn? Conway and Auburn, standing by. Let's do this on I-92, WLWI. Conway, go ahead.
Hey, guys. As far as this SEC humbo-jumbo I'm seeing on Twitter, we're looking to take Texas and Oklahoma, but who are we dropping out of the SEC to take those guys in?
No,
I'm thinking
you don't. You wouldn't drop
Missouri
anybody.
and South Carolina.
He's just doing a bit. Who would you want to get rid of?
I'm thinking South Carolina and Missouri. Let's let South Carolina get some competition and boys in the ACC, and let's let Missouri go back to wherever they came from.
Well, now keep in mind, South Carolina has given us female basketball national champ. They're one of the powers in that.
And everybody's worried about that.
I'm just giving you the whole picture, Rick.
Right. So, I'm surprised.
They also gave us Steve Spurrier for a few years.
I'm surprised that you're letting Vandy hang around.
Yeah, I figured that's who you're wanting to get rid of.
You see, Vandy baseball, you got an excellent
basketball.
college, and it's actually in the South.
Well, that is true.
And Rick, we do need somebody to keep our GPA up.
That is true.
That's a good point.
That is true. I just, me.
Who are your two you'd remove?
I can't because they're both in the East. See, I need to.
Well, no,
you're going to have to realign
We'll
anyway.
reshuffle
If this
all that.
happens, you're going to have a realignment.
Vandy, Missouri out.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Vandy's Missouri's in the West, though, Rick.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, that doesn't make any sense, does it? And so
No,
No,
they're
they're
east.
not.
They're
They're in
east.
the East.
They're
They're
in the
East.
East.
No, they're
A&M's
actually
in
in the
the
West, but they're
Right,
in there.
right.
A&M was in the West.
Yeah, I remember them being in the East didn't make sense, and then you said they were in the West, and I was like, well, okay.
Yeah, they probably need to flip them in Auburn for sure.
Yeah, and I'm not anti-Missouri. I'm just saying them being the SEC has always been weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
And-
I say bring them. They're good. They competed. They've won.
they've been in the championship game.
Twice. Right?
Twice.
Yeah.
Greg, it's one
Good
of those.
basketball
Oh,
team.
no, I'm with you. I don't want them in there.
It's one of those things.
I don't even like the way their stadium
Let's be honest. You're sitting there right now, and you're going, well, who's on this week?
exactly.
Alabama's playing Missouri.
Yeah.
I agree.
Alabama's playing Vandy. I mean, it's like.
But Rick,
Even when
but
Missouri's
Rick-
good, I don't want to watch it.
But you see those big checks the SEC's handing out. You see the big checks and big contracts they're negotiating. Part of that is the fact you have Kansas City that's watching.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no,
That's
no.
why they're
It's a
in
numbers game.
No, I understand the whole thing, and I understand keeping the teams and all that. This really was just me having some fun.
If
I mean,
I know. And
this
if you
is me saying there's teams I don't enjoy watching in the SEC in football, and I'll only watch football anyway. So I mean, it's
if you look at TV markets to add, one that might really be worthwhile would be Maryland, to bring in the Virginia Maryland area.
I
up there.
can't look.
They're
at that.
hard to watch,
I can't
too.
look. They're hard to watch. I can't bring
That
that
new
flag
helmet
in.
they've gone to is a little bizarro.
I can't bring that.
What is that,
world
their
in.
flag?
Yeah.
Their state flag?
Yeah. When I grew up, they just had the big M on there.
Right, and let's face it.
They were good. Boomer, I remember he was quarterback.
Terrapins.
I
know
went
that,
and watched them play in the what was it in the All-American Bowl they had in Birmingham? It was Maryland and Minnesota, and I remember Maryland had this turtle mascot,
oh yeah, the
and every time
Terrapins.
they score, he'd hit about a 100-yard sprint down the sideline.
Yeah.
We were just little kids. I don't know why we were there.
Was I there?
I don't know.
I don't.
And Rick, in my memory, I don't see you.
I don't remember.
So, Rick, what SEC games, when it comes to football, do you go, oh, yeah? Because you give us how you felt about the other one.
Well, honestly, the SEC's been down from top to bottom, so it's Alabama has to be playing. Okay, if you want to see a good game,
If you say they're playing Tennessee, does that fire you?
no,
It
not,
used
not
to.
right now.
LSU it does.
I want to see
That gets your attention.
Alabama, LSU.
Yeah.
I wish Alabama and Georgia played each other more.
I know.
We'll have, a lot of times you have to wait. Alabama,
Hey,
Florida.
they may if this happens
Yeah.
because we may see them realign that.
When I look,
Mullins said they wanted to play Alabama more, didn't he? Did I read that
from
right?
Florida, yeah.
I like to see.
That'd be
I
good.
like to.
Stupid
I like to see Alabama.
He knows it won't happen. So he can say
Any
it.
combination of these teams. I like to see Alabama play. I like to see LSU play. I like to see Florida play. I like to see Georgia play. Those are the four.
Yeah.
And then after that, and of course, I have connections to Auburn. So if Auburn's on, I'm at least checking out what's going on with them.
Yeah.
And if they're good, I like to see them play. But you never know in any given year how they're going to do. But but if it's one of their good years, I want to see them play.
Yeah.
I want Tennessee to come back and be better again. I'm upset.
Now I don't even watch it.
Yeah.
What about Texas A&M? Where do they fall on this in that category
You're really
at
not
this
used
moment?
to them being an SEC school yet.
I hate to say this, and I don't like myself for this, just so you know. I can't watch Texas A&M. I've always had a problem with their uniform. I don't like the two stripes on the sleeve up here on the shoulder pad. There's something about that team I can't watch.
Okay.
It's almost like I look at, because if I'm going to stay in the maroon world, I'm going to check out Mississippi State because Big Love's going there. And now Leach is there, so you never know what's going to happen. But my whole life, I haven't been able to watch Texas A&M.
Well, now when Manziel was there, I liked watching him.
There's
you
something about
didn't
that
know what was
uniform.
going to
All
happen.
right, so when you throw
They
out
scare
there,
me.
think about the 4 to 5 teams that you mentioned that you enjoy watching every week. Does it intrigue you more that now I've thrown Texas and Oklahoma into that?
Yes.
Yes.
See, I'd like to take
would.
those teams I just mentioned,
Yes,
and I'd
sir.
like to know they're all playing Oklahoma.
Oh, you
and
mean
Texas.
Georgia and Texas playing this
Yeah.
week, and
Oh,
Oklahoma
yeah.
and Florida are
Now-
crashing?
now
Yes.
I will say this: I need Texas to get better.
I know.
Okay, and I need Oklahoma to play defense. But
All right, outside those two schools, who would you like to see join the SEC? That would make it interesting.
Oh, that I can just go out and grab anybody from anywhere.
Well,
Geographically, does it
That's
make
easy for
Yeah,
me. That's an easy one.
Let's say it needs to kind of border where we are now.
Clemson.
I would go Florida State for sure, and then either Clemson, maybe Miami.
I'm gonna take a sip.
Well, I'm thinking.
Clemson would be my first choice. I'd rather put Clemson in that.
But historically, that's the problem. South Carolina will block Clemson.
I know.
A&M will block Texas.
I would trade South Carolina for Clemson.
The Gators are going to block Florida State.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
but they only have one vote. That's
Well,
the thing.
no, you're right legally when it comes down to it. But we're meeting in a room and we're already in the group, you're going to have the guy from Florida stand up and go, I don't want these guys in here. I'm against it. And I need y'all to back me on this.
Greg and I were
talking.
talking.
And then the South Carolina guy says, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I don't want Clemson in. If you'll back me keeping Clemson out, I'll back you keeping Florida State out. So they start making deals, and then that nobody gets in.
So Greg and I were talking in the kitchen. So the expansion of the playoff obviously helps these conferences like the SEC, I believe, because you can lose a couple games
Hey,
and
it
now
helps
you're in.
everybody, I think.
So if you're Texas, to me, it's easier, or Oklahoma, it's easier to win that conference, I would think, and make it into the playoff.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
But if Oklahoma was to leave, I think they're the ones that are very unhappy with TV contracts and that kind of thing. If they leave, see, Greg and I are going, what are you doing, Texas? What are you thinking? Like, this makes
They
no
don't
sense.
need the money.
You
No,
don't
they
need the
don't.
money.
Not at all.
You are self-sufficient,
It's about
and you
prestige
own
right
that
now.
world.
Yeah.
And kicking A&M in the shin.
But if Oklahoma leaves, then you're in a different situation because you don't have the conferences even dwindling more. And so I think that's why Texas is looking at this. I think Oklahoma's just unhappy.
Am I allowed to have any college football dream today?
Yes, you are.
Okay, while I'm at it.
Dream it up.
While I'm at it, Nebraska, please be good again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Wow.
See, when
It's
Nebraska
been a while.
left and went to, what do they go? These conferences
Big
got
12.
to get their numbers.
Or
their
Big Ten.
teams fixed.
They went to the Big Ten.
Yeah,
The Big
They're in
Ten
there with
has
Penn
12.
State. Yeah.
One of my favorite things in all of college football is
Have
Nebraska.
14.
Oh, yeah. I want them to run the option again.
Nebraska, please be good again. Well, would it kill you to be good
We
again?
want Nebraska and Tennessee to get better just to make football better.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Your phone calls will come back. We only took one, so we'll take more of those next. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Phone calls coming in. Let it rip.
Area code 212.
Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30, we got this right here. No shameless plugs or meaningless shout-outs. Those get this, Bubba. The instant buzzer. So keep that in mind. This is about comments. This is about topics. This is about bringing information to the table. It's about 10 lines of blazing. It's about the line moving quickly so we can get a lot of stuff in. So let's start with Mike in Iowa. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll.
Okay,
Mike,
can you hear me okay, guys?
you're loud and clear, Mike. Testing 1, 2 for
You
Mike
got
in
it.
Iowa.
You got it.
Okay, hey, this is to Greg. He was wondering about, like, how they count fish in the ocean and whatnot. In Iowa, we hunt a lot of pheasant.
Yep.
And when they count the roosters, they actually go down the gravel roads, and they count how many roosters they'll spot, like in the ditches or maybe out in the cornfield a little bit. And they go, they go by quarter mile.
That's not the world.
It's not the world.
I can count them in Iowa.
Have you ever
I can't count them all in the world.
Have you ever seen pheasants in the wild? It's really awesome.
Mm-hmm. That's why I didn't.
Well,
get
I mean,
time
at
out, Greg.
best, you do an estimate, and as long as you do the same count the
I'm just
same way,
saying.
you can tell if you're going up or down.
But I saw them in the wild in the countryside in England, and I mean it's really amazing because we're so accustomed. If people hunt pheasants, a lot of times they have to bring
put
them
them
in.
out, yeah.
But to see them just out there everywhere is really cool. Let's go to.
They don't throw them out of the tower and let people shoot them.
They do not. John in Mississippi. John, go ahead.
Looking grass and green acres, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah. What's on your mind?
We all know Missouri's in the East because Alabama wants to play Auburn and Tennessee every year. But also, I don't think the East would ever vote for Alabama to come to the East because all of a sudden Georgia and Florida just had to pay Alabama every year, and I don't see that happening.
I don't think that's how it works, though, is it?
Yeah, I don't think it's how it works either. But
I hear him loud and clear.
Yeah, I understand what you're
Great
saying.
point. I just don't think that's how. I think they'll play in whatever conference they tell them.
yeah,
I mean,
however they realign it. And,
region
and,
they play in.
And the conference has grown, and at some point in time, you have to reshuffle based on geography.
Kyle in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Kyle, go ahead, buddy.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Great.
Wanted to know if y'all had ever heard or listened to the Rise and Fall of Mars Hill podcast.
Yeah.
About a church.
Rick's on it right now.
Episode 3. Where are you at, Hans?
I just finished 3 yesterday.
I'm about 40% into episode 3.
Can't get enough of it.
Yeah. It's great.
Yeah, I think you guys will really like episode 4. It kind of goes into how he built his church and kind of the men's stuff that he did.
Yeah, it's looking at it and listening to it. It's a much broader picture. It's not just about Mark Driscoll and Mars Hill. That's kind of what I thought going in. What I found fascinating is it goes back to the entire history of the megachurch.
Yes,
how it started. The beginnings of it, all the different aspects of it.
What certain generations were looking for in a church.
It's
really good.
It's very interesting. It's a great podcast if you haven't seen it. And now keep in mind, it's being done by Christianity Today.
It is.
And they can be, I don't certainly agree with everything that they do, but this is pretty much straight history. Certainly they have a commentary here or there, but so far from what I've gathered, I found the balance to be pretty fair. So we'll see. But it's a very, very fascinating podcast either way. And like you were talking about with all of us right now with this thing with themanchurch.com, I'm taking a lot of notes. I'm really listening, really paying attention. Because Driscoll was one of the guys that I agree with. He thought that the church had become too feminized, and that we need to build the church from the men out. But some of the roads he went down, of course, obviously,
some of the things, and I'm wrong on this, okay, but for most part, but some of the things I hear people describe if they were so unhappy with, I'm like, what's the big deal? Like, I need somebody like that.
No, a lot of things that Driscoll said, I was thankful he said them.
Yeah.
Then there were a lot of things he said I wish he had. But isn't that kind of it? It's
my favorite thing in the promo, and then when you start listening to it, you'll know the intro is what I'm trying to say. When the guy says a lot of pastors get fired, but he got fired for being and
it's rare that somebody just gets fired for being a jerk. I know, and really that's it. But this is the thing. He started 25, he starts messing around with planting a church.
Yes.
27, he's rolling. And again, that's one of the problems is, and this phrase has jumped out of the podcast to me because you've seen it over and over again. Because he was the first internet, I can be known by everybody like that. You don't just have to come to my church. And his charisma outpaced his character.
Yes. Yeah, that's good.
Too much charisma before the character was developed.
Yeah.
Let's continue. Let's go to Jeffrey in Alabama. Jeffrey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, what do y'all think about the Bryce Young incident?
Well, you talking about the endorsement deals?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. You know what? It makes me wish that I had a kid that's playing college football now. Versus
you know what?
Versus when I did.
I think it's good for him, but you know, it can be a lot of pressure on a 18, 19-year-old, and hopefully not a distraction.
I told Bubba this in the office, and this is one of the things that's true. And there are exceptional young men and women out there. You know, we always love to make fun of. You shouldn't look down on somebody just because they're young. Paul talks to Timothy about this in Scripture. However, you can only maximize the age you are. There's certain things that wisdom that age brings that you can't have until you've actually lived a little longer. As Dad would say to us, Greg, you haven't lived long enough to whip me.
Yeah.
Meaning that there's a certain amount of life you haven't experienced yet. Doesn't mean that you're not great. Doesn't mean you're not an exceptional young person. But you can only when my son was wanting to go ahead and go into work and he wanted to start in his career and the guy was calling that was going to hire him. I said, look, I think as far as 19-year-olds go, I'm very proud of him, but he can only maximize his 19ness.
Yeah.
I can't make him not be 19.
And Rick, you know, I always compare it to a computer. Sometimes kids have a very good processor, okay? But they don't have a hard drive full of life experience to call upon.
Yeah, well
you know,
said.
they just haven't got it yet.
Well
so
said.
they can still think, they can still process, they can still have morals and rules they want to live by. They just don't have real world experience to call on, and that is a disadvantage in some place. You know, sometimes.
Let's go.
Doesn't mean you'll fail.
No,
but
he may do great with it.
Yeah,
but it's a legitimate concern. Shane in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to answer the question for Greg as far as how they do the count. Just to let you know, it's the same people that do the elections.
That's funny.
That's good.
That's good. That's a good one.
Jim in Alabama. Jim, 30 seconds. Go.
Yes, sir. I want to tell y'all got a great tuber community out here, and I'd love to see a section instead of a call-in, a tuber question. And Speedy, play that country tuba.
Play it.
Wow. Let's go to Clint in
You
Birmingham.
know where your hat is?
ZZK.
Yeah, it's right behind me. I found it.
Clint, go ahead.
Hey, big boys.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to ask y'all a question, and maybe it's some unwanted memories, but have y'all heard from Willie and Wanda ever since that incident several years ago?
Negative.
Isn't that like asking a veteran been back to Normandy?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's.
No, we have not.
I mean, you certainly can go back, but it brings back a lot of bad memories.
Yeah.
And so we have not heard from them, and honestly, we don't want to.
Hey,
I mean, it's
really no need.
I got to ask a question because I don't think we have. Have we ever done a Dropbox promotion since then of any kind? Go by.
You mean a registration box?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I'm talking about lesson learned.
I don't think we ever.
And I know
have.
we didn't do one at a title pawn.
No,
that's out.
We don't register anybody at a title pawn anymore.
No, but I don't think we have.
You know what? I think that was one of those things that we learned our lesson.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't go back to that again.
Lesson learned.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out again this weekend. Be looking for another episode of that. Yesterday's Bible study, now available. It's brand new on our YouTube channel and podcast archives. And CarShield is standing by right now, ready to protect your automobile if it is no longer under warranty. You want a protection plan from CarShield? Well, yeah. If you don't have a protection plan and you don't have any warranty left, guess who's going to pay for that next repair? Well, that's going to be you. So get protected by going to carshield.com. Pick out a protection plan that works for the situation with your automobile. And then if that little red light comes on or that baby starts to sputter, it reduces the anxiety. Is there any better feeling than when you think to yourself, "Oh man, what a quag"? You know, like maybe your pontoon's all messed up or whatever, and then you're in this case your automobile, and all of a sudden you get the word, it's covered. I had that happen. We had a dryer break down at the house, and I was like, "What a nightmare!" And they got on the phone, "It's covered. We'll come out and somebody fix that." And of course, it'll take a minute, but when we get it fixed, it's covered. So anyway, CarShield does the same thing when it comes to automobiles. If it's covered repair, they pay the ASC certified mechanic of your choice. Also, if it's the dealership, whatever the case may be. So unexpected repairs do not have to turn your world upside down. Get protected today. Call 1-800-665-2157. Mention the code Bubba. Get 10% off your plan. Go to carshield.com. Use the code Bubba. Get 10% off the plan. And remember, you also get rental cars while yours is being repaired at no additional charge, and you get 24/7 roadside assistance. Bubba, Biden update. Joey, President Biden.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know?
Hey,
Basement Joe.
Bubba,
Basement Joe.
Whoa. Do you agree sometimes it's one thing for somebody to attempt to answer the question, and you may say, "Well, I hear you loud and clear. I just agree or disagree with your answer." But then there's cases when someone tries to answer your question, you just don't even know what they said. And we're seeing this more and more with our president. He is. This is the great move to. We want to vaccinate all of our little children. Adler's got some numbers on that, by the way, from the CDC, not from Sean Hannity, not from Tucker Carlson.
You mean Charlie Delta Charlie?
From the CDC. But anyway, so he's asked the question, when will children under 12 be able to be vaccinated? And he says this.
That's underway, just like the other question that's illogical. And I've heard you speak about it because I'm not being solicitous, but you're always straight up about what you're doing. And the question is whether or not we should be in a position where you are. Why can't the experts say we know that this virus is in fact it's going to be, or excuse me, we know why all the drugs approved are not temporarily approved but permanently approved. That's underway too. I expect that to occur quickly.
Well, that means you mean for the FDA?
For the FDA, that's underway.
What the hell was that?
I thought that was Porky Pig there for a minute. But
I got nothing.
Did you notice I couldn't look?
I got nothing.
I still don't know what he said.
I don't know what he said.
Let's hear it again.
I think I'm willing right now to go get my fob from the Ram 1500 with the lift kit and say, if anybody can tell me what the president just said, you can have this drink. I don't think he might.
That may be the best stammer.
Let's say it again.
See if he could get in a phone troll with this.
That's underway, just like the other question that's illogical. And I've heard you speak about it because I'm not being solicitous, but you're always straight up about what you're doing. And the question is whether or not we should be in a position where you are. Why can't the experts say we know that this virus is in fact it's going to be, or excuse me, we know why all the drugs approved are not temporarily approved but permanently approved. That's underway too. I expect that to occur quickly.
Well, I'm glad
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries.
Iraq needs a lot of help.
Yeah.
Terrible tragedy.
I think I
Iraq,
understand
the lack
Miss
of
Teen. I think I understand what Miss Teen's trying to say more than what the president's trying to say.
The president got on one row there.
At least I know Miss Teen has made an assumption I didn't really spend time on, that some nations don't have maps.
Right.
I mean, but at least I know that's what she said.
She's worried about Iraq.
I'm not sure that's accurate, that there's a place that has no map. I mean, but especially in the Iraq.
Iraq.
South Africa.
Rick, every day I think
Been to South
Iraq.
Africa, by the way, they got maps.
Yeah.
Oh, everywhere.
But Rick, what about Iraq?
Yeah.
I don't know if Iraq is covered.
Adler, we will actually have to now say what the president was supposed to answer, so you now can answer it, because he's supposed to answer the question, when will we start vaccinating children under 12? Now, I
didn't hear any of that.
I don't know what that was. We just heard. I can't even remotely figure it out. And I realized that he's talking to CNN, but even they, when it was over, when they got in the green room, had to say, "Good gosh,
what did he just say?"
Did y'all see me try to interview the leader of the free
It was
world?
Don Lemon up there going. You see him looking in.
I think
like,
even
what?
Don Lemon said, this secondhand embarrassment thing.
It's real.
Well, I love this guy, and I'd kiss him around the mouth if I could, but
I have no idea what he's saying.
I don't mean it that way.
Okay, you just mean.
All right, so
guys, and he's also this is all from the town hall meeting last night on CNN. Like we've got so many clips from that last night. But he also said last night that all children under the age of 12, including preschoolers, should be wearing a mask in school. When you look at the numbers, this is from the CDC, like you guys mentioned. Okay, there are 75 million kids under the age of 17 in the United States. Under 340 have died from COVID. When you look at that same time period, over 800 kids have died from pneumonia in the United States.
So ammonia
or pneumonia.
Pneumonia is,
well, if you're cleaning the bathroom,
right? Is actually more dangerous than COVID.
I will tell you, ammonia is as well, though.
Are we keeping kids
especially
out of
if you got a
school?
mask on?
Be careful.
Are we keeping kids out of school for pneumonia? Are we making kids wear masks for pneumonia? Are we pushing a vaccine that has not been tested on kids over a long period of time for pneumonia that is twice as deadly than this virus, guys? And it doesn't matter. Hospitalizations don't matter. Case numbers don't matter. Deaths are the thing that matter. So when you look at all this craziness that you see in the media and your news sources, just look at the hard facts and the numbers. Because truthfully, hospitalizations don't matter if the deaths aren't going nuts. Because hospitalization is okay, and because if you're not dying, then you get out of the hospital. And the whole point of this whole lockdown thing was to keep the hospitals from getting overrun. And so if hospitalizations go up, but the deaths don't go up and don't go crazy, then we're okay, folks. We can still live our lives. We can still be free. It's about the deaths. Don't get scared looking at case numbers. Don't get scared looking at other things. Look at the true hard facts. And then just another thing, just real quick about Biden, if you guys want a 1-minute clip about him talking about inflation in the same manner.
Oh, yeah.
In the same manner.
I'll
This
take all this
entire
you
clip
got.
it makes no sense.
I'll take all this you got.
Yes, please.
I mean, I'll take all this
I
you got.
beg for it.
Well, he was all over the place.
Yeah, it's
Economic genius.
By the way, also, if you look at the CDC numbers, now we're not talking about children because they haven't been given it. So that's almost, it's not apples to apples, and I acknowledge that. There have been more people die from the actual vaccine than children that have died from COVID. Now, these not children because they weren't given the vaccine, but just people who have been given the vaccine. Right. So I acknowledge that we don't have any children numbers because, thank the Lord, we haven't given it to them yet. And, I can't get the guy who did the research on the mRNA out of my mind, who we can't talk to without being canceled, who said, I did the research. And
we've never had a guest that way, Rick.
And he said, this was designed to save the lives of people that would have died with COVID. It was not designed to give to children, and I wouldn't do it. Okay? Yeah. All right, so here we go. No.
I know we got to go to a break, so can we save this clip for next segment?
Yeah.
And I wanted to talk real quick about, since you guys are talking about it, our social media and us getting canceled on social media. There's a thing called shadow banning, and that is when these big tech social media sites limit your exposure and as far as your stuff showing up in people's feed. We have definitely been shadow banned. No doubt about it. If you look at our numbers when it comes to the videos that we put out on our social media, compared to we have over 200K Facebook fans, right? We have over 200,000 Facebook fans, and I will put a video out on both of our Rick and Bubba Facebook pages, and it'll get like 1,000 views. Yeah. Out of 200,000 people, it'll get like 1,000 views. So Rick and Bubba fans, if you guys enjoy our content on social media, I encourage you to go search our page, and you will have to go find our content yourselves. We are still posting content to these social media sites, but you're going to have to go look for it rather than it just showing up. Even shares don't even help us really that much anymore, you guys. We have definitely been shadow banned for some of the stuff that we say about vaccines and stuff like that. So on that note, I'm totally cool. And obviously it's not my call, but I'm totally cool with us having that guy on because we've already been, in my mind, quote unquote, canceled on social media.
Yeah, they've done it. It's the more subtle one, right? Yeah, meaning that. So yeah, if you're thinking that we're not posting stuff anymore because you're not seeing it on your feed, that's not true. And it does look like, based on the numbers we had before shadow banning versus now, something's going on. All right, 14 minutes to the top. We'll come out with another Biden clip from the town hall right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. So, as predicted, the town hall meeting last night, we have our President Biden. He attempted to talk about children under 12 being vaccinated. We have no idea what he said. Don Lemon, I don't think, has any idea what he said. And next, we're going to hear him talk about our multi-trillion-dollar spending bills and how, Bubba, and you're going to love this one, somehow he's going to try to tell us that a spending bill will reduce inflation.
You know, I don't know where Joe got his economics lesson at. I mean, I know he's been working in Washington since slightly after Washington crossed the Delaware, but I don't know where he's getting his information because I don't know if anybody says that.
So here he is talking about the spending bill, how it's going to help inflation.
You seem pretty confident that inflation is temporary, but if you're pumping all of this money into the economy, couldn't that add to...
No, look, here's the deal. Moody's today, when a Wall Street firm, not some liberal think tank, said if we pass the other two things I'm trying to get done, we will, in fact, reduce inflation. Reduce inflation. Reduce inflation. Because they're going to be providing good opportunities and jobs for people who, in fact, are going to be reinvesting that money back in all the things we're talking about. Driving down prices, not raising prices. And so it is, I sincerely mean this. Prices are up now, and they're up, for example, you're in a position where you're trying to build a house, try to find 2x4s and lumber. Well, guess what? People stopped working cutting lumber. They stopped doing it because their unemployment was so down. Now, all of a sudden, there's this need because people are coming back, and guess what? Instead of paying 10 cents, you're paying 20. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It relates to what, in fact, is now needed because we're growing.
Hold it. If Donald Trump had said the exact same thing, the media would be saying, Trump, out of touch. He thinks a 2x4 is 20 cents.
Right.
Yeah.
He said to drink bleach.
Yeah. Right.
What a moron. Oh, really?
Oh, the face that comes with him doing that.
That's a new face.
It is. Yeah. It's kind of a crooked mouth face.
That was so stupid I couldn't help.
I couldn't tell if you had an M&M in your mouth or if that was
so
just
stupid. Joe Biden, just shut up if you don't know what you're talking about. Good gosh. For our media to just cry and wail about Donald Trump and what he said for 4 years, good gracious, please show some dignity and some intellectual honesty and say that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. President Biden, that is ridiculous.
Right.
You don't have to be an economics professor to know that, do you? See, we got one outside the window there, and he's confused.
He's so confused.
2x4 is 20 cents. I can't build a house with that. Rick. Good God.
Well, it goes.
It's so dumb. I'm afraid it's going to get on me. Right, you know what I mean? It's worse than COVID. I'm afraid that's going to get on me.
Right.
The dumb virus. Shot for that.
Well, the
dumb virus.
The thing that
DA virus.
If you think about it, so he even says, "Well, I'll tell you why you can't build a house right now because there's a low supply of workers." Well, that's because you paid everybody to stay home.
Right.
Yeah. Did you leave that part out?
Goofball.
I mean, they stopped working. They stayed at home.
Because of unemployment. I know they stay home because you paid them not to work.
Seriously,
see that?
a 6-year-old who's run a lemonade stand has a better grasp of economics than the President of the United States.
Bubba,
I've never seen anything like it.
He's
that
also
so. Even if you believe that, don't say it. Don't let us know how dumb you are. We need confidence in you. Just shut up. Tell them no comment. Go next question. Something.
All right, are you interested in more town hall stuff? We got him.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
We got Biden with 9mm and rifles. We got that one.
Good.
And then we got, we got the mask thing, but Adler, you've kind of taken that on and made a good point on that if we want to hear him talk. That he's saying that he wants children under 12, including preschoolers, to be wearing a mask in school. Anybody ever try to put a mask on a preschooler?
You can't hardly keep a diaper on them and pants.
That's real. So you interested in the guns or the
give me
kids?
guns.
All right,
give me guns.
Let's go video A.
Yes.
Video A from last night, President Biden.
Well, actually, crime is down. Gun violence and murder rates
Stop
are
the
up.
tape. Stop the tape.
Somebody.
Stop Stop the tape.
Is this opposite day? You know, my kids used to do opposite day.
What
Y'all
was that
remember
movie, the series that was real big not too long ago, where you went into that upside down world and everything? What was the name of it? Stranger
Bizarro.
Things.
Yeah.
Bizarro too.
Good
Remember,
night. Are you kidding me?
Stranger Things.
I guess these videos of people just carrying out arms full of stuff. You know,
we have
shoplifting is just. I guess I just imagine
look at the
that.
numbers
Huh?
that we see
All right,
every week.
Roll the tape.
All right, go
Roll
ahead.
the tape.
involved. Actually, crime is down. Gun violence and murder rates are up. Guns. I'm the only guy that ever got passed legislation when I was a senator.
Look at the eyes.
To make sure we eliminated assault weapons. The idea you need a weapon that can have the ability to fire 20, 30, 40, 50, 120 shots from that weapon, whether it's a 9mm pistol or whether it's a rifle, is ridiculous. I'm continuing to push to eliminate the sale of those things, but I'm not likely to get that done in the near term. So here's what I've done. The people who, in fact, are using those weapons are acquiring them illegally. And so what happens is I've gotten ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Thank you.
He's proud they knew that.
I have them increase their budget and increase their capacity, along with the Justice Department, to go after the gun shops that are not abiding by the law of doing background checks. For real, that's number one.
Do we really think that is the big problem?
But don't miss. He's right now so out of control. He's not thinking these things through.
He's not.
He just told us that he tried to ban some weapons and people still got them illegally.
Right. Didn't do any good. Basically, what he's saying is the great legislation he passed didn't do any good.
Right. Well, it's what we've always said. What you do is then law-abiding citizens have no weapons, and law-abiding citizens who go against
Have
the
all
law,
the guns.
they now have the guns.
And he slipped up too. And I don't know if he mentioned 9mm and rifles. You hear him mention that in there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know one thing.
He did.
He's talking about fully automatic
He's trying
weapons, and but he calls them assault weapons, and that's not the same thing. An AR is not an assault rifle. That's not what it stands for.
Well, I mean, was that a ramble or just him being real about he drops in rifles and 9mm? But you never know. Sometimes on that particular one, Speedy, I have to give him benefit of the doubt. He may have just mumbled something he didn't mean to say. I mean, or told the truth. You don't know which one. I mean, because I mean,
and he speaks in these sentences very similar to myself that don't make sense. But if you listen to it, he says, "I'm trying to get rid of 9mm and rifles, but that's not something I'm going to be able to get done in the short term."
Okay.
So instead, I'm doing this.
So
but
I
I
am
want
trying
to get rid of this.
Well,
stuff.
so he does.
Give me a little more time.
That's it. Yeah. It just okay. So he did say that. You're right. But he didn't think he can get that done. So he's going after what he thinks he can get done. But people keep buying them anyway illegally. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
only time will tell. Somebody say, you're telling me the things you're gonna do for me. Well, I ain't blind, but I don't like what I think I see. Taking it to the street. We're back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, intern, Barbecue Smoke Neck, all here for another hour. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for sharing a few hours with us each and every day.
Yep, well, we're getting after it, and we're having a great time. And every time I hear that song from Michael McDonald when he was with the Doobies, I'm reminded of Riverfest when I was trying to be cute and doing my impression of Michael McDonald. And in Soundcheck, we decided to do, what if Michael McDonald did fill in the blank? And at one time, I was doing Billie Jean.
Yeah.
And she calls the scene. And so I was doing that, and we were doing and we were just yucking it up. And I did various Michael McDonald does covers.
Yeah.
Not knowing that Michael McDonald was there.
Yeah.
And
how was he enjoying it?
And in earshot.
Talking about some secondhand.
Yeah, so we go to get on the bus to get ready because, we're the world's greatest garage band, which means Riverfest first band. We play first.
Yep.
Michael McDonald was playing later in the evening, and I thought maybe he was not there yet. I was incorrect in that assumption. And he kind of walked up onto the bus, do you remember, and looked back there and said, hey, you think that's funny? And
you went, well, yeah,
not as funny as when I thought you weren't here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and,
just for a minute, I thought it was Mickey Dean, and I realized who it was.
That's good.
And I said, no, man, it wasn't funny. And but he was actually pretty cool about it. It was very uncomfortable because
he was messing with us. He had a good time
because you don't know if he was going to be cool with it or not.
Yeah.
And but he was cool with it, and he was a very good sport about it. Thankfully. Over our years of destruction and the path of destruction we've left, there's been some good sports.
Yeah.
There's been some not so good sports.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's Hattiesburg taking us off the air after we, broke a gift from Germany.
Sure.
And nearly killed people.
Yeah.
Had some people go on ticket seats this week. They said I was there.
Don't forget now, and we were wrongly accused. We had
Thank you,
Miranda
Greg.
Lambert's people weren't happy with us. At one
Greg,
point.
thank you.
And we were wrongly accused.
By the way, that's a great one.
Yeah.
We were accused of saying that Miranda Lambert's fat,
and we didn't.
and we didn't do that.
No.
But we were hosting the Big Fat Country Countdown.
And that's where the confusion came.
Yeah. They came up with an idea with the flagship station, which is a country station, 104.7 WZZK. And they wanted us to do the Big Fat Country Countdown
on the weekend.
Yeah. But one of her road managers or agents or something heard us play one of her songs and then heard us say Big Fat Country Countdown, thinking it was a countdown of fat artists.
Yeah, that was incorrect.
And it wasn't.
But they were very sensitive about that.
Well, in all fairness, that was that time she was struggling with the weight a little bit.
Hey, but if you remember though,
right.
We didn't have a clue.
She was fat.
It didn't dawn on us at first, and we
we just said no. We never.
And
said
we're
that.
like, and then we get. And of course, Rick called me to the side. and said, "Greg, was that you?" And I was like, "No, I didn't."
Greg, do you blame us for asking?
Well,
that?
it wasn't me. But I remember us just racking our brains, and finally, I don't remember who came up with it. We said, "I know exactly what it was."
Yeah,
that's what it was.
You think if I was going to say, I tell you what, today I'm calling out some lady for being fat. It ain't gonna be Miranda Lambert. I don't want to be shot. She'll fight you.
That's a good point.
Hey, she's made of gunpowder and lead.
Yes, she has.
Well, I just remember. We were wrongly accused.
I wouldn't fight Miranda Lambert. She may win.
Who'd want that?
So
we've had to retract some statements every now and then. But
we have.
In that case, we were actually innocent. It felt good.
And then there was the fallout with Carrie Scrugg, which I've never understood.
No.
Have you? I mean,
Yeah, that's weird. Y'all
Did everybody
Olympic
ever
gold
forget?
medalist.
Yeah,
Y'all
she was-
somehow offended her.
what was that about?
She was mad and said it was the worst interview she'd ever had.
I'm Carrie Strug, and I'm listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Stay in it and stick the landing.
Does she sound like a
Is
munchkin?
that her real
Yes.
voice?
Yes, she
Yes,
does.
yes.
I'm Carrie Strug, and I'm Carrie Strug.
Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
I'm Carrie Strug, and
All right.
I would have been
Does she?
disappointed
I mean,
if y'all
that's not
didn't
a.
make fun of her.
Some people
Well,
love munchkins. I
it
mean,
was
that's not a negative
look,
statement.
She's an elf. She is.
It was a fine interview. I had no idea what they were talking about when it was over. I said, "Well, why aren't you mad? I don't get it."
Do I wish
Now, I mean, after that segment, I understand.
Do I wish that I would not have
Well,
asked her?
she
Does
probably had a point.
Well, you're right. She may have. Well, I shouldn't have asked her. Did she get to feed Rudolph? I mean, that.
All right.
Because I wouldn't think
You
everyone
didn't
would.
ask her
I don't
that.
think all of them get to. I bet that's a special job, right?
Guys.
And I wish I don't know how she got mad at us. Did it make sense?
Do you remember when the guy on Saturday Night Live impersonated her when she was on the show?
Oh, yeah. Chris Kattan.
Kattan. Oh,
Oh,
my
he had
gosh.
it. To me, that's what she looks like, even though she doesn't.
I'm Carrie I'm Carrie Strug.
Rick, stop.
Well,
she's going to call again.
Hey.
She was working in the White
Chairman-
House at the
Yeah,
time.
she
I
was
don't
at
think
the
she's
White
there
House.
now.
At the time,
what
now
was
I don't
it?
think anybody would know.
What is she doing nowadays?
They had complained about something she didn't get enough time to talk or
What?
something.
Well,
or
Rick,
something.
That wasn't. I
Rick,
thought it had to do
Rick.
with animal rights.
No.
I think it was
No.
somebody else.
I think- was that
somebody-
another person?
I think it was.
They probably said Rick talked too much. She didn't get to.
Well,
don't know
look,
about
we get it. I mean, sometimes
Bubba.
I bet y'all,
That's
y'all
good.
probably were doing Bella Caroli impersonations.
Yeah,
and it
we were
went-
having fun and didn't
Show that
stick
again,
to
Adler.
the,
Let's
didn't,
let
stick
her
to,
talk.
didn't stick to the issues. And
Well, look,
Yes,
nobody,
he is
promised,
funny,
nobody
y'all.
promised a good interview.
No.
right.
We don't promise a good interview here. We say we'll give you some time.
And we'll try.
Well, isn't he the one that was carrying her when she couldn't walk?
This is Bella Caroli, and
Yeah,
this
sure
is
was.
Bella
I got a
Caroli, and
picture.
this is Bella Caroli, and this is Bella Caroli, and
Hey,
Rick,
he's another-
Rick, and
he's-
then there's the Bill Elliott incident.
Hey,
Oh, now that one
I
listened
enjoyed
to.
having him on the show.
Hey, let me
He
just-
was good.
Let me
I
tell you
enjoyed
something.
having Carrie Scruggs on the show.
Let me tell you something. On the Bill Elliott thing, y'all had me on a speedy adventure, and I was on the road when that happened. And I was in the car.
That ain't that big.
And
It ain't, but
at
it's
one time,
funny.
I counted to 5 Mississippi before he said something one time. He just
Well,
sit
that was
there.
just normal with Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
took
but,
his
but
time.
this one here, I was so embarrassed. I'm so glad I wasn't in.
Was
here.
this the one Bubba asked about the car lot?
Yeah, well, car dealership. He said, "Well, we don't have it anymore. We sold it."
Well, a car lot is a car dealership.
Well, I know, but same thing. It's just they made more out of it. It was.
Hi, this is Bill Elliott, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Who did that?
No, that's Bill Elliott.
I have something I want to say.
That's Bill Elliott.
Remind me in the break. And when I say it, it's going to own y'all. But I don't think I should say it here.
No,
Could you,
don't. Please
Rick?
don't.
Could you go to a bank and hotkey all those beside each other, and then I want to and this all back
Can I tell you-
together,
can I
all
tell-
together.
can I tell you what's
I mean,
funny?
boom, boom, boom.
Can I tell you what's funny about Bella Caroli? I can only find the Czars one.
Did the
What,
Bella
what,
Caroli-
what happened to the original?
What's
Did
the
you
Czar
erase
one?
it?
Speedy probably
No.
recorded
I ain't
over
heard
it.
the Czar one. He did.
Listen to the Czar one. Listen.
this is Bella Caroli, and you're listening to the Sports Stars.
I forgot all about that. So you had one and Speedy ruined it?
No, I don't think I
Greg,
did.
Greg, learning to think like we think.
What I do.
Learning how horrible we are with the English language. I was actually thinking incorrectly that Bella will be spelled the same way every time.
Okay.
And so,
What is it?
So Bella,
I got it.
So Bella Corolla Czars is 2 L's. Bella, the original, is 1 L.
Okay. All right.
I always have to think maybe we spelled it the other way.
Hi, this is Bella Caroli, and you're listening to Rick and Bubba Show.
Okay. I like Speedy's better.
Stay at it and stick the landing.
Let me do this before Greg asks for it.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and get that out of the way.
This is Tom Landry. But you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
I know I do.
That'll be
Hey.
a take. Thank you, Coach.
Do Dick Clark.
And take. There isn't one.
Oh,
Remember,
he
he wouldn't
about
do it.
uncomfortable.
He wouldn't
we
do it.
removed that considering he was dying. When
We
he said it.
you know what? That's another thing.
While
on the list.
he
The
was on the show,
the
he had
people we
one.
upset. We
Yeah.
were also blamed for giving Dick Clark a stroke, and that wasn't it.
Matter of fact, Rick's having a mini one
No,
right
no,
now.
I haven't, let me tell you something. Let me tell you what that was about. Let me tell you what that was about. What that was about is you take his name and stroke and put it in the same sentence. You better get it right.
You better.
You know, and
Hey, Rick, you better not get out of order.
and I was so nervous that the words just started falling on top of each other. Would it have killed him to go by Richard Clark?
It wasn't. Or Rick.
Yeah. It's 15 minutes. So we have left a trail of destruction.
Yeah. A lot of people don't like us.
You forget that sometimes. Yeah. Maybe we haven't been shadow banned.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dude, here we go. 21 minutes past the hour.
Oh, there is no other.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Excited to be out on the road again this week. So let's look at what's going on in the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. From themanchurch.com, Rich Wingo tonight, Laurel, Mississippi. Journey Church, Man Church tonight, they're doing the men's discipleship strategy, rolling through the first 40-week curriculum, and they're ready. They're gathering tonight for High Challenge with Rich Wingo. They'll go back into their small groups for high equipping after that. So if you get a chance to go hear Rich Wingo in Laurel, Mississippi tonight, do so. I'll be in Decatur, Alabama this weekend. I'll be speaking at the men's gathering Saturday night at First Baptist Church, Decatur, and then be speaking to the entire church on Sunday morning. Excited about that in Decatur, the land of 100.3 The River, this weekend. And before we go to this video, you remember when I was on the air and I said when we were speaking at Man Church in Orange Beach, Alabama, I said some guy, and I thought the guy on hold was him, came from a long way away and was there, and I said it was either Illinois, Indiana, or Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And the guy, we wrongly, the intern put on the board that the guy was calling from Illinois about being at that Man Church. And I thought, well, here's the guy. And the guy's like, I'm from Gulf Shores. So now I think it's Rocky. Rocky is on hold, and he said he's from Oklahoma, and he went to Orange Beach Sunday night. And so that's who I was looking for, I think, unless the call screener's messed up again. Rocky, so are you from Oklahoma?
Yes, sir, not Arizona.
Not Arizona, and then or Babylona. So you did come to Orange Beach, Alabama, and you were at Man Church last Sunday night.
Yes, sir. It was awesome, and I can't believe you can speak without somebody Babinski being a factor.
Yeah, well, I've learned, when you work in an ensemble, you get accustomed to the firing from all angles. You learn how to pause, then stop. When you get to go on your own, there's a certain freedom with it. It does feel weird not to have the peanut gallery, but it was great. I enjoyed it, and I came. So
right.
Tell me, you were vacationing, right? You didn't come all the way to Orange Beach. You just happened to be there, right?
Well, Mama had boss lady had a seminar, CPA seminar in Gulf Shores over at the Lodge.
Yeah.
That's when I hitched a ride with her. I probably would have went anyway, but the Man Church was definitely a deciding factor. I'm not going to get that opportunity very often.
Well, I hope that changes. I hope we're starting to get now some requests to come to Texas, so we are starting to move west. So hopefully that will happen. I'm glad you were there, and it was great to meet you, and thanks for your support of what we do here and what we're doing with the Man Church. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. And that hat that you signed, I got offered $2 for it, but I'm waiting for the price.
You should have took that money. Biden just said inflation is going to stop. So,
don't worry about that.
Yeah, thanks a lot, buddy. I appreciate you being there. It was great to meet you. So, Bubba, we were just talking with President Biden, and I feel better that I wasn't crazy thinking that had happened and it didn't happen.
Right.
Because that is possible. Bubba and I struggled to come up with the name Lane Kiffin this morning. The funniest line ever from Bubba this morning is I said, "What you said?"
We were trying to spit his name out. I couldn't do it.
And I said Lance. And then later, we finally remembered it.
We got to laugh.
And I said, "Can you believe I threw out Lance?" And Bubba, with a great line, he said, "Well, at least you uttered something." I mean,
I was vapor locked. I couldn't even make a letter out.
So why is the Second Amendment a good thing? Well, we know there's a lot of reasons, but mainly is that citizens of this country have a responsibility with this freedom, but it's given to us to responsibly use to be able to defend ourselves. So in Los Angeles, we have an attempted robbery that's taking place with armed robbers. But guess what? There was an armed citizen that was exercising his Second Amendment right, and it went bad for the robbers.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go.
Shocking video here just into our newsroom of an attempted robbery that ended with bullets flying. This happening just after 7 o'clock last night near Melrose and Vista Street. Police say the victim standing there talking in a parking lot when the Dodge Avenger pulls up. Two men get out, one of them brandishing a gun. Then the victim of the robbery pulls a gun himself, opens fire on those would-be robbers. Everybody takes off. The 2 suspects who got out of the car were later caught, but police are now looking for the driver.
How about that?
How about the driver left his two partners there behind, didn't he?
Well, it's one of those things. If you're out, that when you're running with criminals, we've talked about this before. There's no there's no loyalty among thieves.
That's right.
So once the firing starts, whoever's at the wheel of the car says, "I got a chance," and good luck to y'all. But if you notice, see, here comes this. Now, what's going to happen to these young people? They look young. I assume they're young. If they don't have a weapon, so you see these 2 are getting out. One of them has a weapon. And you know what stopped them from being victims is when he reaches here and says, "I got something for you," and fires on them.
That's right.
And I don't know that. Did they say when they found the other 2? Did he hit them at all, or just fired in that? It looks like it went in their direction, but the way they were running,
it broke up the attempted robbery.
It looks like the one that pulled the gun out to our left was shot in the arm.
Okay, so we'll see. Right, he's the one that gets out with the gun and shows it to him.
What you saying? The knee? Okay, the knee.
Okay, so
the leg.
All right, let's see, because he takes it out, and boy, I tell you that
was awful quick.
The guy is kind of limping, isn't he? So maybe the upper leg.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right around.
Yeah,
probably didn't hurt as bad when it first hit him as it will when he stopped running.
No, yeah. Well, we had the woman call, and she was trying to tell us what it was like to be shot. Didn't quite work out. We tried. Bubba, explain this to me. This is where we have the weirdness of 2 worlds. Isn't Bezos a liberal?
Yes.
But Democrats are mad at him?
Yes.
But doesn't he give all kinds of money to their causes?
Yes.
Well, you ever heard the term "bite the hand that feeds you"?
Well, I mean, Rick, they're calling him tone deaf. He made his little speech thanking Amazon employees, thanking Amazon customers after their trip to space, and of course they're getting on him. And look, there's some reality to this. A company as big as Amazon making billions of dollars and they're paying no tax. There's something wrong here, guys. We need to fix that. And look, I'm a capitalist. I believe in taking advantage of everything you can to limit your tax liability, but we do have a government to run. It is going to require some money. There is going to be at some point taxation. We just want it to be minimum, and we want it to be fair.
Well, under our system, Democrats that y'all seem to demonize, Jeff Bezos will be paying taxes. Our system is everybody pays.
Yep.
We don't have any exemptions, but we lower the rate down to we want 10, but we probably would negotiate 15%, and that's across the top, and everybody pays, no exemptions. And
I think if we did it at 10, we'd have more money we know what to do with.
Yes. I mean, I'm willing to negotiate to 15, but I won't go above that. But you're right. However we did it, either one of those percentages,
every legal entity
would, and everybody pays. No exemptions.
No deductions. I'd be for it.
Yeah, I would too. And we'd have a lot of money out of Amazon under that. But see, the very loopholes that the politicians provide, they now demonize.
Right. Of course.
Your phone calls are next. There's lines available for you. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. You can join us right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you. Whatever's on your mind, it is your time if you want to. I do want to point you, though, to MyPillow.com while we're doing that. MyPillow.com now offering 0% financing on any order over $50. Mike Lindell, look, have you seen My Store, this new thing he's done? Speaking of Bezos, to compete with Amazon, letting American entrepreneurs, bring their items to you and me. Man, there's some cool items there, too, so check that. Also, a lot of things on sale. The MyPillow, premium MyPillow, if you've never had one before, right now, $29.98 is the price. If you were ever going to get one, it's now. That's a $40 savings, lowest price ever. The Giza Dream Sheets, Greg loves these. Buy one, get one free. A 6-piece MyPillow towel set, and their towels are phenomenal. We've got that right now. And if you get that towel set, you're not going to pay a ton for it. You're going to save yourself, let's see, they were $65, and now they're $44.98. So there you go. And some other savings there, too. Just go to where it says radio listeners at rickandbubba.com. It says radio listeners. Go there and click on that, and then you can get the 0% financing on anything over $50, and you can save yourself some money. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com. You'll find that right there under the sponsors button. So we'll get to some phone calls. Brooks is standing by Decatur, Alabama. I'll be there this weekend. 100.3 The River. Hello, Brooks. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Good. Hey, I had a quick question. What are y'all's thoughts on the Texas and Oklahoma reaching out to the SEC and what this might do to college football and the Big 12 itself?
Well, are they reaching out to the SEC?
Are they reaching out? Are you sure about that? And a lot of people saying that's just an unconfirmed rumor. And that, you're not gossiping down like the women down at the mall, are you? Huh? I don't know if there's anything to that, but I would welcome it with open arms.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier on the show. One, could just be a lot of talk, and two, it could be part of a big repack of college football. So either way, I think it would be good.
Yeah. So what about you? Would you be for it?
Yeah, I think I would be. I mean, it definitely give Oklahoma a better schedule, then prove themselves, I guess, getting into the finals more, a little tougher. I think that'd be a cool thing to see.
Brooks is Sticky Nadmeyer here. Let me tell you what I like about it. It's two more people that Bama can beat.
That's it right there.
I mean, how many more times we going to beat Oklahoma? And Texas don't want nothing to do with us. Hey, bring us more. We play everybody. That'd be two more teams in the SEC that we can beat.
There's just
Roll Tide.
Brooks, there's just a couple of things about it don't really make sense. TV contracts are already in place, and the fact that if you're trying to get to the playoffs for Texas or Oklahoma, it's a much easier path if they stay where they are.
Really? You think so?
Right.
Well, there ain't nobody. I mean,
but with the expansion of the playoff, you lose two games in the SEC, you've got a chance of being in.
Well,
I think it makes it easier.
It's not expanded yet. I'm just saying on the current format.
But they're not going to. I mean, by the time this happens, it would be.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're a champion of one of the major Big Five conferences, you're going to be in the playoffs, and I think Texas and Oklahoma have a much easier path there than they do trying to come through the SEC West. Then go to Atlanta.
What do the Texas and Oklahoma fans think of all this?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. And I had Rocky on there. I wonder if he's for the Sooners. He might be Oklahoma State. I don't know. So, I think but the point that Helmsy's making, and I understand both points, Bubba's right.
I'm not saying it's wrong
no.
right either way. I'm just saying that's the mindset of people.
Now, let me explain what I'm talking about. I think both of you are right. Bubba's right that it's easier to get to the playoff by being the best team in a weaker conference. But here's the problem. You also get revealed as a pretender because you ain't played anybody.
Yeah.
If you were in the SEC, now to your point, and you prove you can get to the top of the SEC, we don't have to worry about you getting in the playoff and embarrassing yourself.
Yeah.
Because you've kind of been vetted out.
Yep.
And so that would be harder, but at least you'd be a little more legit when you got there. Yeah. But then back over to Bubba's side, both of you again, you do wear that SEC brand, which comes with a little more prestige as well.
Yes, it does.
So anyway, we'll see.
A lot of this may have to do more with Texas trying to get Texas A&M out of the headlines than anything.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
Maybe. We'll see.
I'd be for just drop kicking conferences altogether, and let's just have the best 12 teams play every year, and let's go.
It looks like it's more to do with Oklahoma than anything,
right?
Because they're like legitimately frustrated with things going on with their TV contract. I mean, they've asked simple things out of Fox, like move us to prime time for this game, and they won't do it for some reason. Like that's one of the points in here is we can't get anything out of the current TV deals we're in. What are we doing? Let's go to a bigger conference.
How long is their current TV contract?
I want to say it's like
2025.
2025. I think we've got a few years.
So they couldn't do anything prior to that. They probably have to give them 2 years notice for.
Or is there some kind of buyout where they could get out of it? I don't know the answer.
Can I tell you what I think they're doing? Since it's going to be 2025 at the earliest.
Well, I don't know that. That's what that current. They could do a buyout. They could be, it could be next year for all I know.
But what I'm thinking is what they're doing is they're going to start it now. So by the time they play, COVID's over. Just 2025 sometime in there.
Sure.
Sure. Did you see the Olympics? I don't. Has it started?
It has.
Is the opening ceremony? When is it?
Well, they still do things prior to it,
yeah.
but I think it
Friday's
is this weekend.
The opening ceremony.
Yeah. mean, that soccer game, the soccer game that the women lost was a legitimate game.
Was that a real game?
Yeah, they play summer.
Do y'all want Chris to give us Olympic updates? Because I'm going to book him.
Of course.
Okay.
I mean, we need him right now. Where's he at?
Well, opening ceremonies haven't happened yet.
I know, but we're already playing.
Yeah.
How'd you know when the open ceremonies were? I got to know this. I have to know this. How did you know that?
Rick,
I heard somebody mention it.
You saw it on the Peacock channel.
There was a story because they
that
fired.
That's exactly where it is.
That's it.
They fired the person in charge of the opening ceremonies yesterday.
Yeah, for something they did 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah, wasn't it about a Holocaust?
Some
joke.
jokey about
You
it.
might
Bad. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Let's
real.
My goodness.
It seemed
well,
like
I'm
you'd
glad
get-
we didn't have media when I was telling some good jokes.
Yeah. You know, though, you think they'd let them get through the
that's
opening
something.
ceremony and then fire him, because this has to be – they're already having enough problems. I mean, every day more athletes are testing positive. They're already in a problem. You got kneeling going on. You don't know if they're running a fever or they're protesting.
I know. They ain't a soul in the stands.
And let me add to it, a bear breaking into the softball complex. We've had a bear in
Please tell me this video.
A bear has broke into the Olympic softball complex, and I love this is my favorite part, and remains on the loose.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. Yeah. So they said at first they thought it was someone dressed as a bear. No, I'm just kidding. But it's a straight up bear, and says they couldn't find or capture the bear. We don't want there won't be any spectators at the stadium right now anyway, but we're on alert and we're searching for the bear.
Let the bear watch.
Rick, you should have heard Beth Mowens go, "There's a bear."
She didn't say that. I'm sitting here ready for women's softball in Tokyo. Oh my gosh, that's a hairy fella. Wait a minute, that's a bear. Rocky, is that a bear?
She is the voice.
Somebody needs to call a timeout.
My ears are hurting when you do that.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. Jeremy in Arkansas. Hey, Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Rick, just wanted to, I know you guys are kind of getting out of this, but I just wanted to see if you could wish my lovely wife of 5 years, Chastity, a happy anniversary tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 5 years? Yeah. Does she listen to the show, Jeremy?
No, I'm going to have to figure out somehow to get it over to her.
Probably tough to give a shout out to someone who doesn't listen.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Are you recording this?
But hang on, Greg. I also have a question for you because I have to know if I have the itis or not because, I will go around and by the way, YouTube family, this is Pastor Jay, by the way. I go around and inadvertently come out with a meep, meep, meep or a dirty book. It just comes out of me.
Okay,
what's going
you
on
listen,
here,
obviously.
you
You
Jay, let me tell you this. You just said your name is Pastor Jay. So I'd stay away from shouting dirty books.
Yeah.
I mean, if I could just come in and coach you a little. I mean, it's I think
Turn to John, dirty books.
I just don't think
it comes out. Rick, that's what I'm saying. It just comes out. I got the itis, man. And,
I hate to say it. Jesus said, "From the mouth, the heart speaks."
That's it.
One, two, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
Still talking. Jay's still talking.
There's to your wife who'll never hear it.
I have to add one last thing, though.
Jeremy, does your wife ever say you don't listen?
All the time. But I have to get it in because I don't know when I can make it in again. Rick Burgess, thank you for all that you do. And I caught the Gridiron Men's message about who will bury you. I would tell anybody, and I've shared that with everybody. Listen to that. It's profound, man. It stuck with me. It's so good.
Tough question. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that very much. You're kind.
Sir.
See you,
God
buddy.
bless y'all, man.
And tell Chastity we said hello.
Thank you, sir. Will do.
All right. Or when she's listening to this, hey, Chastity.
Tell her that it sounded good.
Sounded good. Dirty books.
Let's go to Colby in Birmingham. Colby, go ahead.
Hey, Greg. I got a question for Greg.
Okay.
I would like to know why he hates it when
When Waterboy what?
That's tough.
I think I'm glad that didn't get through.
I tell you what he really hates is that kind of phone.
Yeah. I hate people that try to call on their phone. It's not
What do you think he was going to ask you?
I don't know.
Something about Waterboy or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that. I just saw it on the screen. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More of your phone calls and covering the topics of the day when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us on this edition. And we're
The wheel of me keeps on turning. Ooh, if I don't win today, then tomorrow. Wheel of me, it's got me yearning.
Let's go.
Whoa, come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful wheel of meat. It has been illuminated. The lights are lit. They are lit safely, Bubba. We don't play games with electricity here.
Rick, we follow the IEEE, international, national, state, local, and of course, the rules here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport.
That is correct. On the wheel today, harryanddavid.com, they provide the meat. $50 gift card from harryanddavid.com, the home of delicious meats and seafood. Court Buddy, the learning system is on the board. Moultrie, are we still at feeders?
Moultrie.
Still feeding. All right, so no cameras there. But we are doing feeders, which is about a $350 value. It's a really cool feeder. So that's still there. Rick and Bubba's stuff is on the wheel. Buzzbox Coffee is on the wheel. And then, of course, we also have a couple of different products like Blaze TV subscription. But there are pitfalls, and what we've done is gone to the golden ticket seats to try to get a special spinner. And we've picked a man who looks just like Speedy. Speedy normally spins. Sir?
I thought I could let me spin.
Yeah. So, sir, what's your name?
Jared.
Jared, has anybody ever told you to like Speedy?
I don't see the resemblance. No.
Not at all. No. Let's see. The same red-gray Fu Manchu, the same bald head, same color eyes, and really same size head. Have you noticed that? The heads are very similar.
There's a lot of similarities.
There really are. And it's Jared. That's your name, Jared?
Jared.
All right, Jared, you ready to spin?
You got a nice head.
Yeah. All right. So you know how this works. Jared, do not spin the wheel unless somebody says. No.
Wow, what a wheel.
Wow, what a wheel.
He's confused like me, too.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, it's not just us, Rick. It may be universal.
Let me ask Jared one more question.
Maybe
Jared,
a fog.
Jared, where's your wallet? Right here. Okay, you don't like Speedy.
Yeah,
at all.
we wanted to be sure you
okay.
wasn't Speedy.
Yes, okay, so you don't look exactly like Speedy. Because I've never seen the wallet in his pocket. Let's go to
I don't know if he's got one.
Erica, you're out of Fultondale, Alabama, listening to ZZK. What do you say to Jared?
Wow, what a wheel.
And a big smash.
There it goes.
Round and round it goes.
This Greg also plays Rambling Man.
Thumbs up from the hand of truth. Christmas pig smiling.
Yeah! Spatchler, flip it! Erica, you have gotten the sought-after spatchler from the Rick and Bubba store, and I know this must be a day that you'll write down and remember forever.
Absolutely.
All right, well, let's put you on hold, and we'll get your information. And it just got serious in your grilling life, young lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica, for listening to Rick and Bubba. Let's go to Gadsden, where it all began, Z93. Tracy standing by. Tracy, what do you say to Jared?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Jared. Yeah! Is that you? Okay, you're on the phone. Okay, here we go. It's out of the golden ticket seat. Let's see what she wins.
The slight delay threw us off. Come on, one more.
Oh! Blaze TV! Blaze TV! Well, should I just talk directly to her here?
Yeah.
All right, so Tracy, you have a subscription to Blaze TV. If you do not have Blaze TV, you just got a subscription for free from Blaze TV. You can enjoy this show. You can enjoy our podcast every week. You also can enjoy all the other great programming on Blaze TV. So congratulations, Trace. Thanks for being here today. A little look on her. What did you want to get? Just win. Okay, I just want. She
just want to be a part of it, Rick.
Let's go to Jennifer in Asheville.
Jennifer.
Hey, it's ladies' night and the feeling's right. Oh yes, it's ladies' night. Oh what a wheel. Oh what a wheel. Jennifer, what do you say to Jared?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go, Jared. Make it happen.
Jared gives it a big spin.
He's staying with kind of he's got a rhythm going.
Yeah, he does. Very predictable.
can hear the drums. All right, here we go.
I can't hear it over the drums, Rick.
Oh! Moultrie, Moultrie, Moultrie. Do it! Let me tell you, this young Jared has spun nothing but big winners. Congratulations, Jennifer. You've got yourself a 30-gallon Pro Magnum tripod feeder, feed station, feed power panel, 2 6-volt rechargeable batteries. It's really what every woman wants. There's a new saying, a Moultrie feeder is a girl's best friend. So,
Great.
So, Jennifer, let's put you on hold, and Moultrie will send that to you, okay?
Okay, thanks, guys.
No, thank you for listening to Rick and Bubba. All right, we finally got a dude. We're in Missouri, and it's Darren. Darren, how you doing, buddy?
How?
What was that? What did he say?
This is Jake.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong one. Here's Darren. Darren, go ahead.
Wow, off the wheel.
There we go.
And he throws a little change up there, Rick.
Took a little bit off of it there, Bubba. Darren. Oh, it's Henry the horse.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. It is Henry the horse. Come on, Henry. That's got his monkey shirt on. How about it, Henry?
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, did y'all see Conor McGregor snap his leg in the octagon?
Yes.
Man, that was crazy. Same thing happened to my cousin Eric, but we call him Elmer now.
Oh!
R.I.P. Bless up.
Bless up. Somebody say it. I don't think we can get another one in. I don't think we can get another one in. So, Jared.
One more, Rick. Go.
My God.
Let's do it.
All right, Jake.
Hurry.
Hurry. Jake at Pike Road. What do you say to Jared?
Wow, what a wheel.
Speed quick. Not exactly the speed on all that, we needed.
Yeah, let's see.
But I had to say try.
You had to. We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right. We're going to be good. Yeah!
Flowers.
You got flowers, my brother. And when you can send that, whoever you want to. You want some red roses, multicolored roses, or a summer lily bouquet?
Let me do the red roses for the wife.
Red roses for the wife, it is. Thanks for listening to Rick and Bubba. Thank you, Jared. Great job. And congratulations to all the winners. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Day without
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. We thank you for being with us.
Waking on that blubber.
We welcome back for a brand new hour. You know him, you love him. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, Rick. Glad to be here. I can't tell you how glad I am to be here. Shockingly glad.
Bubba, I know how you love these kinds of stories. I love stuff like this.
Ooh, baby.
From Minneapolis, Bubba, your place.
It's making me crazy.
I feel good. It sounds like a Babylon Bee headline. Minneapolis business owner who cheered rioters burning down restaurants, even was on social media saying, "Let it burn, let it burn." And when the first restaurant caught on fire during the riots, well, this person now has had their van stolen and their new business robbed.
Yeah. Rick, you just can't make up things this good.
It sounds like a Babylon Bee headline. It really does. So
I'm surprised they haven't commented on it already.
Yeah, so
they could just give the regular headline and then put under it, "This is no joke."
Yep. So this is the business owner who set up a shop across town a year after his first Indian restaurant was burned down. Last summer during the riots after the George Floyd death, said his van full of supplies for his new establishment has now been stolen. He's an immigrant who grew up under the Bangladeshi dictatorship, and someone has stolen the van for his new restaurant. And Bubba, you know what it is? Curry in a hurry.
Yeah.
Is this a Babylon Bee story? Straight up? Is it really? Is this a real story?
Curry.
So, Bubba, how are you on Indian food?
I like it. I don't eat it a whole lot, but I'm good with it.
You know, I don't know if I've ever eaten it. I like Thai food, but I don't like Indian food. I don't like curry. I'm not a big curry guy.
Well,
and
you don't have it.
if you don't like curry,
yeah, you're out of luck.
Then no need to get in a hurry. But the funny thing about this is that now, as he was saying, let it burn and doing all this on social media, and hey, you know what? Let it happen. Well, it's always funny, or you're all for something when it's happening to other people. But now, when your new food van, Curry in a Hurry, has been stolen, so that it probably doesn't feel as good anymore. Do you think?
You know, what a goofball.
Well, it goes back to this. We can have, we can have disagreements. We can even say we need to hold law enforcement accountable, and we should hold them accountable. But you don't have to burn down, and destroy innocent people's stuff to make your point. You can still be for what makes this country great, speaking out against any injustice you see. By the way, not just the ones that are approved by the mob, but any injustice you see, whatever is your passion in this country, as long as you don't do anything to break the law or tear up other people's stuff or hurt other people. And it's okay to say, I'm still for the right to protest, because you should be, because if not, we won't be able to redress an overreaching government. We never want to give up that right. But I am against lawlessness. That's okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're any less passionate or
Rick,
you don't care. Or
to have a society, to have success, to have a standard of living, you got to build up things.
Right.
You can't burn your way to a better living because you're burning down. You can't do that. You can't burn down to solve problems.
No. And another thing, if you think there's something bad going on in your own community, don't burn it to the ground. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Now, you've just made that situation worse, as I said, on innocent people that were not involved in this.
Right.
The answer to a problem is never to go and be lawless, because that's not going to solve anything. Really, I'll go this far, and this is where I think if you just want to get out of with anything other than just being effective with your protest, if the very protest that you are protesting is we don't like law enforcement and we think law enforcement is bad, and you want to get people on your side, listen to me, and I know this is going to require some really thinking here.
you really want to present the community as being so wonderful, all this law enforcement isn't needed. We don't need law enforcement. We live an orderly life around here. Then you can probably get some people on the bandwagon going, they're right. I don't know that we need all this law enforcement here. But let me tell you what you don't do. You don't say you want to get rid of law enforcement, then create an atmosphere where everybody cries for law enforcement.
Yeah,
I mean that doesn't even that
well,
doesn't make
Rick,
sense.
look, we gotta act like adults. There's thinking and the way we wish things were, and kind of an elementary kind of storybook way. But then there's real life, and some people never grew up, and they're trying to have their way with the world. And is any adult with walking around sense think that if you lessen the penalties for crime, you do away with the police officers who prevent crime, that was going to make crime go down or go up? A or B, you know?
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
You're grown-ups. Get with it.
So anyway.
I know things may not be like you like it, but you're going to have to be real, or we're not going to get any answers.
Also, you have just applauded an atmosphere that's got your food truck stolen.
Yeah.
and has
Genius.
Has that hit you at all?
Hey, genius.
Right. So.
Hey, Einstein.
Yeah.
Hey, what's next?
How's that delivery today?
How's that delivery going?
Rick, I had something for you because I know how you love the game Clue.
I love the game Clue.
Yeah, I know you talk about it.
Yep.
Do you know the British house that the board game Clue was inspired by is now on the market for $1.4 million.
How old and scary is it?
We got a picture of it?
It says here it's a
Colonel
pretty cool
Mustard
house.
come
It's
with
about 3,000 square feet. But here's what the floor plan, I should say,
Or
is
the pan.
nothing like the actual game, which bothers you, I know.
Well, then what? Then how's it based
but it's
on?
a board game that inspired the game Clue, I should say.
Well, so just the outside look of it inspired the game, and
The game's the inside.
Thank you.
Well, then
Greg.
that's not the Clue House. Forget it.
That really doesn't even make sense.
And now that I'm looking at it even further, the writing on it's even weird. It says where the board game Clue was developed. It's almost like
Well, that ain't even.
it's like they tried to develop it and it inspired it as well. But the floor plan and the game aren't. They don't match up. But I know how you love Clue, and it just jumped out at me because anytime you can, you play Clue.
I love Clue.
Now, why did they say that this? I'm sorry, I
There
didn't
it
fully
is there.
understand why you're saying this house was based, or the game is based.
Here's
on
what I'm
this
thinking
house.
he's saying, Bubsy. Look at it again. Bring it up again. I think that somebody said,
Colonel Mustard.
I want to do a whodunit game, and I'm looking at this house right here.
Looks like a whodunit house.
And it looks like a whodunit house. And then they said, well, let's lay it out on the board game the way we want the inside of it to look.
Yeah.
But this outside look is kind of the type of house we think this happened in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's
I don't
probably
think it's
about
good
right.
as anything.
I don't
Yeah.
think it's the place they got together and playing the game inside there.
It
Or there
just-
was
it
a
just
murder,
said-
and then
yeah.
they based the game off of it.
Yeah. It just says it's the
Based off a real life
house
story.
where the board game was developed.
Have you?
And the idea is inspired.
Betty loves any movie where they say it's based off a real
Oh, yeah.
story.
Do you really?
And sometimes it's based like, well, yeah, they were two people.
Exactly.
You know, I mean,
Yeah.
it's loosely based.
Loosely
Well,
based.
Greg will take that and rip it to shreds.
If it
for you.
says off actual events, it's really vague.
But
based off actual events.
Did you remember? And I know you didn't watch The Office as much as I did.
Inspired by
But
it.
did you see that with the episode when they think they're all about to be out of work, out of a job, and he makes and they can't use Clue. I guess they couldn't get the copyright to it, so they pretended to be playing a game based on this a murder down south in Louisiana, and everybody has to be the character. It's just like Clue,
Right.
So, and I don't know if you're familiar with Creed, the character that's the crusty old man in there. Are you familiar with him? He's really one of the writers. You know, every now and then a writer end up being in there,
Right.
And he's just bizarre. So anyway, so they get the game going. And because, Michael Scott can't take bad news, so he didn't want to talk about the fact they're all about to be shut down.
Yeah.
And everybody says it's really serious, and he wants to play this game.
Right.
And so Creed comes in late, and Creed always has these bizarro statements. And he walks up, and Michael Scott walks out and goes, "Creed, there's been a murder." Like that, like to get him in the game. And
Right.
he goes, "Can you give me a minute?" And all of a sudden he turns around, and you look in the parking lot, and Creed's car is peeling out.
He's out.
Of course,
Funny show. funny.
they look, Creed's car's peeling out of the parking lot. Phone calls coming up next. 866 We Be Big. We go phone trolling. Whatever's on your mind. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Past the hour, phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to JR out of Foley. You can get in too if you dial now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. JR, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. I got a question for you. You and Greg, especially. I heard y'all mention the garage bands time or two, but I've never heard you really go into any detail about kind of the history of it.
So what? You don't know the history of the world's greatest garage band? You don't know the history of Greg and I and various rock bands throughout the ages?
I do not, and I was wondering, maybe go into that just for a minute and tell me the funniest or the most tragic thing that happened as during your stint as garage superstars, and I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Yeah, well, the term that Greg and I actually started out building bands when we were we started tampering with it when we were late in high school, senior, junior, 15, 16, and we wanted to be in bands. Now, our parents made it very clear that they would not finance our rock and roll ambitions. So Greg and I had to find out a way to pay for all this. I had asked Santa many times for a drum set as a kid, and it never happened.
Yeah, I see why now.
And so we began to tamper with putting together a band there in the neighborhood with a friend of ours there in the neighborhood, and we weren't talented enough to play cover songs because it would have to actually sound like the song.
Yeah.
And we had no musical background at all. Our dad actually, which surprised a lot of people, introduced us to some of the greatest music the world has ever known, and so we developed a love for music. And so I remember getting a loan. I want you to think about this: a loan for $600, and we went and found a guy who had two Peavies. He had a Black Widow PV speaker for a guitar.
Okay. Yeah.
And then there was a bass. Didn't he have a bass one too? We got one for the bass, or were they both guitar? I don't remember.
I can't remember.
Yeah, and so
We had a Les Paul copy.
Yeah, we bought two. We bought one amp and two speakers, and then I bought a drum set for $50.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And it did not have.
It didn't have a snare.
It did not have a snare.
It had one cymbal.
Yeah, and the cymbal looked like a trash can lid. It was all bent up.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you need a snare though to have a?
Well,
yeah, I had to get
set?
one.
I had to go. We had to buy that separately. So
find it,
I finally got a snare. So we began the very first Rick and Greg rock and roll band called Mystique. When people heard us play, they thought it was a mistake.
Yeah.
As we began to work our way into various neighborhood parties or something.
Oh yeah.
We knew like one song, then we knew parts to like 4 or 5 songs.
We knew parts to songs, and then we created our own originals because you can't mess them up.
Yeah.
So then that band got a little better and went on to become Silent Rain because we found out that Mystique was already being used.
And we didn't like the name.
And we didn't like it either. So we went to Silent Rain. We literally had to think that up the night before we went to record the first time to record in the studio with some of our originals, and they said that name's not going to happen. You got to have a new name. And I think we literally made it up the night before we went.
Yeah, and it made no sense.
It made no sense.
Spelled R-E-I-G-N.
Yeah, we spelled it R-E-I-G-N. And then that led to, which Bubba loves, various mistakes on marquees all over the Southeast. As we would be booked to play a bar, and we'd pull up and it said tonight, Silent Rage.
So
which
is not a bad
Well,
one.
that wasn't a bad name, but so we played under that.
Yeah.
So then, and we were getting pretty serious about it, and unfortunately, the guitar player that Greg and I were dear friends with growing up developed cancer, and at a very young age, early 20s, and so that kind of killed the whole. Let's try to get a deal. And go out on the road all the time. So we actually got involved in a Seagram's talent search just so we could continue to play while he was going through cancer treatments. So that didn't require us to go out on the road much. We would go play like one deal, and we ended up winning the Southeastern division of that. But after that, we were much better because we didn't have enough money to get recorded, a big-time recording. You know, it was a good studio, but the only thing we could afford was to put it on a cassette. So that once you won the live rounds, then you had to send in your original song on whatever recording you could do, and then they just judged on that. They didn't come to see you play anymore. So we did win some gear, though. We got new gear. We won the gear.
You got to add that snare.
Yeah, got to add that. And
a set of drumsticks.
I was now no longer the drummer. I was no longer the drummer. I was just the lead singer now because we went and got a real drummer because I was not a very good one. And I wasn't a very good singer either, but I tended to get the audience fired up, so I was a good hot band. So and it was only rock and roll, but I like it. So it didn't require me to be some well-trained singer.
No.
And we had some pretty good original songs, and then Greg decided that he was not going to continue on after that, after our friend died. And then I continued to piddle.
I got a haircut and went to work.
Got a haircut, went to work, and I piddled around in some other bands. Betty's favorite, Bubba's wife, Vindicator.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, Vindicator. That was a heavy metal band. Our slow set was AC/DC. And so
that was my favorite.
That was a good band. But and then that guitar player died. Remember that?
Right thing, yeah.
Yeah, and so then I left Vindicator, and then I started doing radio, and the guy found out that I had been in bands, and you know all these salespeople, they always got a plan. And they said, what if you put together a band that would play in the clubs, and we'd get the clubs to buy advertising, and you could promote that you were coming to play your band in the club. And so why don't you put a band together? So I got together with some of the guys, including Ron Greenwood, that were around that had been in other bands, and we put together Mr. Lucky. And then we played the clubs and everything. And so when we did that, and then Then I was redeemed and came to know Christ and didn't really want to live that life anymore. So we said, yeah, but you still had a band. What if we put out an album through the Rick and Bubba show? Let Bubba come in and sing some background. Let Speedy come in, and then you guys put out some of those originals that you wrote all those years ago under now the name Mr. Lucky, the world's greatest garage band. Because at that point, that's really all we were. We were a garage band who would go play though in front of 8,000 people at an amphitheater. Mm-hmm. And so we would bring all these real bands in and names and comedians that you knew, and then we would headline. A garage band would headline, which we thought that was funny.
Yeah.
And we would have pyro and the lights and all that. So that album came out in '97. They're called Fat Chance. It's still out. It's on iTunes now under Mr. Lucky and Rick and Bubba, and you can get those 9 original songs. And then we did a little tour with that, going around to theaters, not bars, and playing in Rick and Bubba markets. And then we started doing Fat Fest. And in 2003, the world's greatest garage band, Mr. Lucky, played for the very last time.
Yep.
And that was at the last Fat Fest in 2003. There's murmurs of a reunion. Those have never solidified. And we no longer play in the garage, so we're probably not ready.
No, it's been a while.
So that really is a 10-minute synopsis of the Rick and Greg and Rick and Bubba journey to become the world's greatest.
Look at that
garage band.
shot right there.
And there's our logo there. That's us backstage on that Fat Chance tour.
Yeah.
Wow, Greg,
I
you
was
look
young.
younger.
Yeah, I was young. Wasn't I?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. As we just completed Rick and Bubba's Behind the Music by Request. So,
like the Blue Jean Committee.
Yeah. So if you are into old Rick and Bubba items that are hard to find now, and you'd really have to get after it, this Fat Chance album is on iTunes now, so that's not a problem. You can get those 9 songs, but if you're really trying to say, I'd like to go back and see one of these Fat Fest, they all came out on DVD for, let's see, we did it from 99 to 2003, or was it 98 to 2003, maybe 99. But anyway, we did a DVD, not a DVD, a VHS, I had it wrong, VHS version. You could buy videotapes of it from our store. Now, those could be out there anywhere. And we did it every year, so you could actually, if you could find those, watch. We tried to put some of the clips on our YouTube channel, but they're frankly hard to come by. And I think
we probably did a good job saving them and documenting them.
I think Greenwood made DVD copies of all of them from VHS tapes.
There's the people's gun.
Yeah, and this is actually footage from the very last Fat Fest. That was the very last one we ever did in 2003, and that's when Bubba and I came out dressed as Dumb and Dumber.
We didn't break any lights on
Yeah, you're right. In that
cannon.
So that's back when that's before the people's gun would break things.
Before, so
it was really designed for amphitheaters. Just to be honest, it was not designed for theaters.
Big open areas.
Yeah, it was, and that was a big open area. There's look at Gregory. So, but if you go out, and Adler and I both desire to put more.
Rick, did you see me look up?
Yeah, the YouTube channel, but it's hard to find all of it. But that's Bubba.
I've got some copies of it.
Oh no, that's something else. Thank you, Adler.
That's funny. But so that's out there, and
next still hurts.
And as far as hard copies of the Fat Chance CD, there is one for sale. We just found online for $99.
That's it,
boy.
Hang on to that.
And that's been on sale for $99 for about 10 years. So
everybody's still holding out.
Here how long it's been up?
It's got to have been out there because people send me that all the time.
I love the expected delivery and everything on it.
It's just fun. And it refers to us, Adler, you have to explain to this.
Indie rock.
Explain this. It refers to us as an indie rock act.
It says rare sealed hard rock indie CD.
Are we an indie?
That means you're not on any major
That just
label.
mean independent label? Okay. I got you. All right. Here comes today's...
The deal with Geffen fell through.
It did. Today we have... I'll tell you what's funny, though, and it never turned into a deal. And you may have forgotten this, Bubba. You know, the show and the audience, we get to do things that people always go, what's going on over there?
Yep.
They never know quite what to do. And do you remember this? So we put out the CD Fat Chance. Now we're completely unknown in the music world. I mean, completely unknown, unless you were fortunate enough to see us in our glory, but completely unknown. Well, Bubba and I put together this marketing plan with the Hammer. I'll give him credit. When our boss was the Hammer, who's a master marketer. So we cut a deal with Blockbuster. Go back to that, Blockbuster Video, to sell our CD in Blockbusters all over the Rick and Bubba coverage of that time, which was mainly
Southeast.
Southeast, okay. Well, it starts scanning. People are buying it because they're fans of the show, not because we're some great band. But people are buying it, and we do get contacted by a record company saying, "Hey, who are y'all? what is this you're doing?" Because they're seeing those scans coming out of all that. And there was actually a conversation at one time. And I think maybe they just thought better of it, but they did at one time see so many scans because we had a CD of a garage band that ended up selling like 5,000-6,000 copies. So they saw that and that was all bunched into one couple of weeks really, and maybe a month, and they all were like, "What's all this scan? What's this? Where are these? Who are y'all?"
Well, it
and you should have heard me explain to him on the phone.
Yeah, it created a little dust, and they started going, "What's going on?"
Right.
I think that's when I was looking at a modeling career on the side.
It was.
too.
And it was working.
And Greg already had his.
Right.
I was retired from that by then.
And Bubba was way ahead of the full-size model thing. He was way out in front.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody was thinking about that thing.
Yeah, nobody thought it was cool back then.
No.
Say I'm overweight, look at me.
That's right.
Yeah.
No. Which reminds me of your first outfit on the very first Fat Fest.
Ooh. You mean the baked potato?
The baked potato.
That was
well,
disturbing.
at the time,
Gosh, that baked potato.
it was supposed to be more of an astronaut suit. and it was kind of inspired by Michael Jackson's Scream video. You know that?
No, I remember the inspiration.
And I thought it would look real cool like an astronaut, but in reality, you know, as you look back, it looked more like a giant baked potato.
It did. That sums it up.
You know that. You know, you never really know till you roll out something how it's going to look.
A potato and a top hat.
Yeah. Greg, I was about to say,
it's like Mr. Potato Head.
If I'm not mistaken, did he not put a top hat on? Okay. Because remember, you and I, for some reason, got into top hats for a while.
Yeah.
I wore one time.
I had one a couple times.
Yeah, that's right. I think you wore mine before I threw it out.
Yeah, you did.
And then had to remind you when I was
That
hot.
was funny conversation.
I think, where was it, Sanford? On the right center? Is that where we were when I said it?
Yeah.
And just thinking about the show, full length, things that we did on stage and Bubba.
Oh, yeah. But the guy was asking about all the different things that happened. There were so many things that happened throughout the years. I think
it takes you a long time to run all of them down.
It is.
You start thinking about
like
it.
this one, for instance.
That one is what I got in my mind.
Yeah, like
is that
there's
right
a classic right there.
Right there.
Yeah, this is when we would do cover. We would
comedy into the group.
We would do we would do cover. We would do cover tunes.
My.
We would do cover tunes, and this one, believe it or not, we're doing the song "Rub It In" for Billy Crash Crash.
I remember seeing.
I don't
the
know
song
why
list.
we're doing it.
Rick,
but we
I
are.
remember the song list of songs I need to learn, and I saw "Rub It In." I thought, what is
Guys,
that?
where are those women today?
Let me tell you something.
One of them's a nurse.
Yeah.
And the other one, I'm scared to guess.
I'm gonna say this to you, Greg. What do you think that's funny? You think it was funny for you to be handed? Here's our set list. And oh, by the way, not only are we doing "Comfortably Numb" for Pink Floyd, we're doing "Rub It In" by Billy Crash Craddock. If you think it was funny for you, you should have seen Mark Phillips' face when he got it.
Oh, I bet.
Because he's got to get that piano part right.
You gotta be kidding.
Yeah.
And then as I was explaining to him, I would just give him the lyrics of the song. Let the tingle begin. Rub it in, rub it in.
Right. Yeah. So we did.
You know,
a
the
lot
one
of,
thing though, we never practiced it.
No.
Full bore
No.
me laying down. I never
Hard to
thought
sing
about
laying
trying
down.
to sing laying down on your stomach.
No.
Especially me.
Yeah.
What was that?
Because there was a certain amount of wobble there. you
Yeah,
know.
like a rocking chair.
Yeah. I mean, I was
trying
out
to
of
think of
breath.
all the
I was like,
songs.
my gosh, I can't breathe. What is going on?
Did we learn
Yeah.
a Partridge Family song?
Oh,
from
yeah.
this?
We did a
I woke
Partridge
up
Family.
in love this morning.
Yeah. We got to be. Is there another band on this planet that would play "Stay With Me" by the Faces and the Partridge Family?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's why it was so good, Rick.
Right.
what
But
made
that,
it great,
we brought everything to the table.
Yep.
We brought everything to the table. So it was it was a glorious run, and you know
feel
every now and
the
then
tingle
I make my way back to the kit, and I'm wearing a Birmingham Bolts jersey from the XFL the first time it was
That's
tried.
right.
Yeah. So there was a lot going on that in those days. And here is
Hayseed
what were they called?
Hayseed Dixie.
Hayseed Dixie. That's right. For some reason, I'm playing drums with Hayseed Dixie. So there's it's out there. We don't have as much of it as we wish was out there because we were capturing all then on VHS tape, and it's hard to transfer. But we've done it. If we could find them, do you have a VHS copy of all of it?
I think I do.
Do you have any idea where it is?
Yeah,
You have any?
However they are. I've got boxes and boxes of stuff. You forgot. I've got shows back when we were on Turner South recorded that I just recorded off of TiVo at the time.
Right.
What about that cable show y'all did in Gadsden?
Golly. What was it called? Ricky
That's
Bubba
when
the
y'all
TV
were
show?
Adam and Eve.
Was it called Ricky Bubba the TV show?
Yeah, Mark Norman did that. Yeah, sure did.
Was that what it was called?
I had a bunch
I think
of them.
it was. I think we did a lot of research and came up with Rick and Bubba the TV show.
I think that was it.
I had a bunch of
Landed
those
there.
at one time.
Yeah, and it would run after the news on Friday night.
Well, I
Was
think
that
it ran later than that, Rick.
Really?
I think they ran it for a test pattern. When they were signing off.
That's shot.
Wasn't it the opening scene with Rick Moon and Cameron? They blur him out.
I forgot about that.
That
Well,
was
baby
on the
brother's going to
intro.
remind you.
Yes,
Rick.
thank
That
you.
was on the intro.
That was. I mean, that was usually. I'm walking away from you right out of the gate. But they did blur it out and all.
They did.
Bubba wearing what he was wearing with a serious face.
Yeah.
There it is. There they are.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Somebody look at that.
It's me and Gene Simmons.
That was from our historic series.
Yeah.
Please look at that.
This is us. We're doing our version of Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Does it have audio, Adler?
I remember
No,
the
because-
one where y'all were throwing biscuits downtown Birmingham.
Because
That one.
we rolled this on the 20-year tour as everybody was coming in, all these old things.
Yeah, it's funny.
I don't know if you can hear it or not. I don't think so.
But it was
Boy,
if
that
you can't
screenshot
appreciate
right
that,
there.
then you just say get up and get out of there.
You do, really do.
If you can't appreciate just that. Leave now. Get out of here. Get yourself. I want you out.
So there you go. A walk down memory lane. We've compiled 27 years worth of it, and really more than that when you think about the stuff we did when we were still trying to land the whole deal. Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Your phone calls to wrap the hour up. 10 lines are available. We'd love to hear from you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here come the phone troll. Here come the phone troll. Where the people at? Where they at? 866 We Be Big. Your time to talk to us. Lines are available now, and go. While the lines are coming in, and you'll control them, and you make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table, like the one caller, you can take us down memory lane, ask the history of something, whatever you want to know. That's why you call at 866 We Be Big. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Termites are not an issue for you. If you've got Cook's Pest Control and Centricon working for you, they build a fortress around your property so the termites cannot get in. And the Cook's also does a great job with the monthly pest control at your home, your business, whatever the case may be. Put them to work for you. Right now, they'll give you a free, thorough evaluation and inspection of the property. They'll tell you what the problems they have found there. They'll tell you what the solutions would be. You have no obligation to use them, but let's save you some trouble. You should use them. And then you can sing with us, looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control. Golden ticket seats. Where is Candace Gupta? Candace Gupta, right there. What about Tracy Abernathy? Right here. She won today on the Wheel of Meat. Derek and Jana Curley. Right there. Jackie Cook is having a birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, Jackie Cook. Colin and T.W. Delaney. I'm on the front row. I got my hair like I like it. Becky Hester is here. Also, we've got Gina Tidwell, Kenneth Burton, Jared Northey, and also another Jared Hurst. All here. I'm on the front row. Everybody gets a pound of BuzzBox coffee, Bubba. And, Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 12.
1 and 12. What about lucky number 10?
Based on what we just saw online, a $100 value, here is a hard copy of the Mr. Lucky Fat Chance CD, and it goes to Kenneth Burton. Kenneth, I mean,
what a winner.
It's like getting $100 based on the online indie artist deal. So there you go. It's you. There it is. So
Rick, he couldn't get up here quick enough. He almost hurt himself.
I know. Well, you know why? He was paralyzed by excitement.
I mean,
let's go to David in the great state of Tennessee. David, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
All right. How y'all doing?
Good.
While we're doing a little history, what is the story behind when y'all say the real Greg Burgess? And I'll hang up and listen.
All right. Well, that one's easy. It goes back to when Greg was not working for us, but he was a legend that we talked about. And he has minions long before he was ever part of the staff. And those minions begged us to name an intern after Greg to honor him. And we named a female intern Greg Burgess.
It was a little strange.
Yeah, and so when Greg finally joined the staff, we're like, wait a minute, we've named an intern Greg Burgess. What do we do now?
Yeah.
So we had to make sure you understood it's not the intern Greg Burgess, it's the real Greg Burgess.
The real one.
And then, of course, it's work because he also keeps it real.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice little bonus there.
You added that.
Nice.
100.
Yeah. To Ken in Hueytown. Ken, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about when y'all first went on in Nashville, probably about 98 or 99. Y'all actually sat in with you actually had the people sat in with you that y'all were replacing, and y'all had like a whole show with the people in studio.
Did we really?
Well, it was one young lady that had been on their show for a while. She did for a period of time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten about that. You're right. Yeah.
She was just here about a week.
I don't even remember that. I have no memory of that.
Yeah.
None. Yeah. So, yeah, that was we had 2 runs at Nashville. We actually played a Fat Fest in Nashville.
Yeah.
We
did, didn't we?
Yeah, and James Gregory was there. And
Hayseed Dixon.
Things happened back
Dixon
there.
and all that, yeah. So
Kevin
Derryberry was in the mix. John in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, great show today. Awesome as always.
Thank
you. Can we just all admit that the U.S. women's soccer team is about as useful as a left-handed screwdriver? I mean, come on. I've never seen so many bunch of manly women all mad about because they don't make enough money. Who watches that sport anyway? Come on, man.
So are they?
Well, I hope they're not getting paid by wins.
Are they? Are they protesting?
They'll all starve to death.
Yeah. Are they protesting
They have before equality and pay.
But
and stuff
this
like
one's
that.
different though, isn't it? Because I saw
they
that.
added something.
Yeah, I don't
else
know.
to it.
Yeah.
Well, again, there's nothing.
You know,
more.
Rapinoe is part of this group too. You know,
Oh,
pink
purple
hair,
hair.
purple hair,
Pink
yeah.
hair.
Yeah.
I think she's
Did
a part.
she score a goal? Anybody?
She didn't yesterday. I know
Is
that.
she on the team or is she like a?
I don't know if she's a part of it though.
Is she?
Well, it goes back
Matter
to
of fact,
this.
I thought I read where she missed a goal yesterday.
Oh,
Maybe I
I
just
don't know anything about
halfway glanced it because I was fired up about Texas, Oklahoma coming to the SEC. But I'm pretty sure I read that.
They said they're it's protest of racism, discrimination, and inequality.
So it's all there.
But those are awful broad statements.
That's pretty.
They are, Rick.
They need to protest a subpar team.
Right. And then we asked earlier in the
That's what
program.
I feel like protesting.
You may have missed it. When we did this story early in the program, we did ask the question, which I think is a fair question. Can you explain to us what we need to do to get you to stand?
Yeah.
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 Those things you listed. Give us some examples so we can work on it.
We are aghast at your kneeling, and we don't want to see you kneel again.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to do what for you to stand up? What's got to change? And because you got to be able to, first of all, people have to care about your protest. People have to understand it, and then you have to actually be able to prove that it's legitimate.
Yeah.
All that's all the greatest protests of all time. All had those factors. First of all, the influence of women's soccer.
Rick, don't. I just can't.
Well,
I don't want to go on.
I'm just saying, is that how many people in our audience, straight up? I know in this room it'll be a big zero, but how many people in our audience that say, "I couldn't even sleep last night"? Why? Well, the women's team's upset. They won't stand.
They haven't scored,
and they haven't scored. And I didn't sleep well last night. I tossed and I turned. And if I don't get my relationship with the U.S. women's soccer team right, I don't know what I'm going to do. And I mean, is that going on a lot? I mean, is it? Now,
I thought results.
I thought they were just going to kneel, for the national anthem. I didn't know they were going to refuse to play.
Right.
Yeah. Once the clock starts, they need to get up.
Now Babylon B. The Babylon B with their pictures on it too. They refuse to score a goal till we reach equality. Yeah. But
they're doing a good job.
How about that OB? You think I love it?
I mean, you might as well laugh, right?
Well, you should. But I mean, like for instance, the reason why I say that because I mean, it wouldn't apply to the whole country, but in the culture in which I've been born and raised, if there was like right now, all the SEC college football teams said they are not going to play until something's addressed, people would be addressing it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
you're right.
And there would be people going, "What?" I mean, there would be a meltdown. I just don't know that the women's soccer team draws that kind of concern.
It doesn't.
Right.
Well, I'll say this: you get more attention if you're winning. If you're losing, you certainly don't.
Oh yeah. Well, if you're going to protest, you need to win.
Yeah.
That there's no doubt about that. You want to take the air out of a protest? Have no influence.
Show no signs of even a hope of winning.
Right. Because really, right now, somebody says, "Well, maybe if we want to address this, they'll stop playing."
Rick, think about this. You realize what a blowout in soccer 3-0 is?
Bubba, I've seen the insurmountable 1-0 lead.
Yeah.
That it is. Well, if I could take that game and work on it a minute, they might take a left-handed screwdriver to get that thing straightened out. But we got to do something different. No one wants to even consider our suggestion of setting the ball on fire.
Yeah, no, hey. You know what? You announced that. I'm tuned in today to see how that's going to look.
Hey, hurry up, y'all. They're getting the blowtorch out. We've got to get started.
They're soaking the ball kerosene right now.
Guys, they're soaking the ball. Get out here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.